Hello, good morning for me. Actually, it's almost noon already, but happy Saturday. Can the extra keep up with me? Probably. Yeah, the Grand Caravan, what do we cruise at? Our indicated knots are maybe a max of like 150, 160. Maybe around 150 or 160 indicated. The extra is pretty fast though, right? I haven't flown the extra in a long time, so I'm not super sure. I guess we'll find out. You could always use time acceleration to warp speed every now and then or something. All right, I actually flew a few missions last night, so in this stream I'm just continuing my on-air career. So this is, I guess, officially stream, well, on the new series, I guess, stream number 2. But who knows, I've probably done a dozen of these in the past. And the last time we left off at, I think it's Pierre Regional in Wyoming, or sorry, in South Dakota. And then last night I flew a few missions. I flew a couple sightseeing and rescue missions. So I actually didn't realize that OnAir company added rescue missions, but I think I'm a little behind the updates. Do I have the extra? I do, yeah. No, the extra was one of the original planes, I think, that came out with the sim. I remember flying it a long time ago. I'm not sure what edition it's in, if it's in standard, deluxe, or premium, but if I had to guess, I would say it's in standard. I don't know if they just updated the interface, because they've been updating OnAir like every day, it feels like. Right here at the top, there are these 4 buttons, these are awesome because I've always been using these filters right here to like try to get rid of everything except cargo missions and passenger missions, but they added these 4 big buttons at the top. So you can choose a category of mission. So passengers and cargo, which is what I'm going to do. Oh, maybe we'll do a rescue or a sightseeing today. Maybe I'll do one rescue first. And then, yeah, there's sightseeing. So the sightseeing ones, you have to fly around a certain point of interest or landmark or something at a certain altitude for a certain amount of time until it checks it off. So this one, for example, it'll pick different points of interest. So this one's it says it's the Fort Pierre National Grassland. So it picks out, specific areas of terrain, or like it'll pick landmarks if you're closer to like a bigger city or something. I think the one I did last night, I flew to the east over here in this area for some like wildlife photography, sightseeing, or something like that. And then they have a rescue mission area. I think this is limited just because of my location, but the only ones I have here are road rescue missions. So if you've played, if you've used NeoFly, it's similar to that, where it's going to show you an area to land. So these are mostly on highways. I did one up here last night, so you just do your best to navigate by, landmarks to get up here. You can use the moving map as well, but I try to do it just, visually. And then actually when you get there, there's actually a fire truck. At least the one I did, there was a fire truck with its lights on, like parked on the side of the road as like an indicator of where the location is. So that was kind of cool. OnAir company does a similar thing where they will have like an ambulance and a crash site and stuff like that. And I know according to their blog, they have, or like the updates, they have not only like land ones, they also have like off-road ones. So it's not just on a highway. You'll have to land in grass or dirt or wherever. And then they also have water-based rescues. So if you have an amphibious plane, if you're flying, I guess something like the Cessna 172 with floats, or the Kodiak is going to come out with a floats version. What else has? I'm blanking on what else has floats. I mean, there are a lot of planes that have floats, so you could do that as well. What is it? The Pilatus Porter probably has a float edition as well. You're probably not going to rescue too many people in an Icon A5, so it's deliberately not listing that one. And then they have fighter jet missions too, and I haven't tried any of these yet, but these are some of them are like, I think they're fighter tours, yeah. So you're like, you're like a Blue Angel basically, and you're flying the person around, giving them a tour of a certain area. So it's pretty much the sightseeing one, but you do it in a fighter jet. Yeah, you have to do flyovers. What up, Shorts? Am I on beta? I'm on beta because, yeah, I've been running beta this entire time because I want all the new NXI goodies. So yeah, I've been doing beta. Hey Larry, what's up? Thanks for the great content. I would love to be able to do bush cargo on Xbox. I know it's a bummer that there are no cargo or, you know, career mode mods or apps that run on Xbox yet. I really hope we see one of those in the marketplace at some point. I don't know too much about like WebAssembly, but I know that tech is being unlocked for developers in the next updates, so maybe that opens the door for some of these to appear on Xbox. That would be the ultimate, yeah. I would be really excited for everybody on Xbox if you got access to career mode stuff like OnAir, Skypark, or Neofly, things like that. What's weird is you're on beta. Why are you... Oh no, you're not a Learjet. I see you in the extra. You look fine. You were just on top of one of the jets. Looks good to me. All right, let's get a mission going here. First, let's get inside so it's not so so loud. All right, so I'm gonna do. I think it'd be cool to do a rescue one to start. Actually, this is these are a little time sensitive, so you only have a certain amount of time to get the medical patient or whatever back to an airfield. And I just tried one yesterday and realized that it starts a countdown as soon as you take off, so it's a little stressful. But when you get them back late, there are just penalties, so you learn a certain you lose a certain percentage of the earnings and stuff. But it's not as you know, it's not as critical as I thought it was. I thought you had to get back like instantly, or that, you know, the patient would pass away or something. So it was a little stressful. All right, so I'm gonna do one of these first. This one's just, we just fly to the north and land at this road right here. And it looks like we bring 2 passengers back. Oh, that's weird. You can't see this, but there's a little floating window that says that OnAir is down. So it's trying to reconnect. And that would be horrible timing if it went down right now. I don't think I've ever seen it go down, actually. Oh no, here we go. Yeah, it just says retrying, cannot reach OnAir world. And now the app is freezing. Okay, it's just retrying to connect over and over again. It's in a little pop-up window, so it's not showing on the stream. I can actually switch the window, right? Yeah, here it is. This is what I'm getting right now. Cannot reach OnAir world. Come on, guys. I start my stream and you take OnAir off air. Just my luck. Okay, it's retrying again. All right, I'm just gonna restart it and see if that does anything. It probably won't, but I'll try anyway. All right, restarting. I'm just gonna turn I had my terrain bumped up a little bit, but I'm gonna turn it back down to 100 just to get maximum FPS. The same online connection issues on Xbox, really? Just now? Hey Merlin, what's up? Some of your best vids are when you ad hoc them. Yeah, maybe for you it's entertaining, but for me, I'm like scrambling to figure out what to do. I mean, how is it just down? It's, oh my god, yeah, it's totally down right now. It says there was no endpoint listening at blah on this huge URL that could accept the message. Blah, blah, blah. All right. This is kind of throwing a wrench into the entire idea behind this stream, which is to use OnAir company. I am restarting it a third time. These are the risks that happen when you do a live stream. You're at the whim of everything. your internet connection, OnAir company's servers going down. Yeah, it does look that way, Nick. Oh. Okay, it might be starting up. Oh, checking subscription status, loading. I guess it updated it or something. Okay, I think we're back. Saved. Just reminds me of that meme from years ago when Twitch was streaming all of the Bob Ross content, all of his shows, like the whole archive of them for like weeks at a time. And every time something went wrong on the painting or they thought that the painting was messed up, they would say ruined, and then when he fixed it, you know, it wasn't him actually fixing it, it was him just continuing the painting, but it starts turning into something, and then everyone's like, saved, saved. I feel like that's what just happened. All right, it's back up. All right, let's try this again. Whew. So I'll just do the sightseeing one first, just because I think they're cool, and I actually want to see if the crash site or whatever, the emergency site, looks different than last time. So we'll do a quick rescue mission. So this one, I was gonna check out where this one was. This is a 7-passenger rescue mission. Oh, this could be cool. Oh, this is on the road, on a road still. This is on Highway 1806, I guess. We're in South Dakota. This one could be cool. How far away is this? Okay, it's only 18 miles and 7 passengers. We can take 9 passengers in the Grand Caravan in OnAir company, so this will work just fine. All right, so let's do this in the background. Let's get this thing started up. All right, turn the fuel on. This is at idle. Prop is full forward. Leave that off for now. Turn our beacon on. Battery on. And avionics 1 on so we can see our engine information as we start it up. Fuel boost is on, and then starter to start. And as soon as that starts firing, we give it low idle on the fuel condition right here. Listen to it start up. All right, that's good. So we'll turn the starter off now and fuel pump or fuel boost back to normal. Oh, it was normal. Whoops, there we go. All right, then we can just check that everything's coming up here. Green, 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 green. Good. Oh, actually, I shouldn't. Oh, no, I shouldn't start it up yet. Hold on, let's turn the fuel off. I'm going to redo this really quickly. Leave the battery on for now. Do the fuel shut off and the lights off. I always forget this. I get little penalties whenever I do this. You're supposed to start the tracking first with everything completely off. I think the battery is fine, but the engine needs to be off, engine and lights. I'll just give us a little more fuel here. We're going really close, so we don't really need much fuel. Have they added smoke to the crash site? Not in OnAir company. I'm not sure if they've done it in NeoFly yet either, but I know there is a way for them to, I think, add custom effects and stuff like smoke, but I don't know that anybody's done it yet. That would be awesome if they did. It'd be cool to have military flyovers of football stadium. Oh yeah, I'm not sure if they have that or not. The ones I've seen for the military ones they're called like Fighter Tour. I haven't looked through them enough to know. Actually, I'm going to change the offset to 0 here, so we're not changing the time. It's just going to be real time, or real time of day. Like I mentioned in the other stream, whenever you start a flight with OnAir, you can choose to offset the time, so you don't always have to fly at night. But I still have live weather turned on, of course. All right, sweet. There we go. So we need to just follow this lake. This says lake. It's a lake and a river, I guess. It's a river here, and then it's a lake over here. Anyway, we need to fly to the southeast and just follow this river, or it says lake at this point, Lake Sharp, to where it makes this bend down here. And there's a little freeway, or there's some kind of highway right here that the crash site's at. So we'll have to look for this turn and just this. We'll be able to recognize this using our moving map in the NXI. figure it out. All right, so I started the tracking, so let's get this started up again. Fuel is on. Okay, this is all good. Turn the beacon back on. Battery's already on. Fuel boost is on. And then starter is on. I'll wait for the prop to spin up and then turn the starter off. No VR. I have VR, but I've never tried streaming VR. I personally can only do it for like an hour or so off stream, when I haven't used it for a while actually with Microsoft Flight Sim, but I can only do so much VR before my brain gets kind of fried. So usually when I'm doing a stream, it's for like 2, 3, 4 hours. So, and I also don't know how I would really read chat and, you know, all that's just read chat basically, and it would be more complicated. So, oops, turn the starter off and fuel boost back to normal. Oh no, I forgot to introduce fuel. Now let's try this again, but giving it fuel this time. All right, low idle on the fuel condition. There we go. All right, now we can go avionics 2 on, which turns on this one over here. That also controls our nav and comm 2 radios, so you can see those are X'd out right now because avionics 2 wasn't on. Those are tied to that same switch, that same bus. All right, strobe on. I'm gonna put my flaps down just so I don't forget the first or second notch, I guess, for takeoff. And then I'll roll my, very, very slowly roll my trim wheel to the takeoff position. All right, cool. VR isn't that great for streaming. Too many people tried. Went back to conventional. Yeah, I've watched them before, you know, just like a general stream, like somebody playing like a scary game in VR or something, random Twitch streamers. It's really fun to watch, but I can't imagine how much work that takes to get it set up. Because you have to figure out a way, like if you want to chat at the same time, you'll need, I assume, some kind of separate program or something running that overlays it on top of Flight Sim, all that kind of stuff. Let's bring up ATC and check the weather. Figure out which runway we want to take off from here.
Weather observation 1800 Zulu. Wind 025 at 16.
025 at 16.
Sky condition, few clouds at
So we have a runway 25, so that's perfect. 16 knot wind.
Temperature 29er C. Dew point 10C. Altimeter 29er81.
2981 for the altimeter. All right, we're good there. And this is an untowered airport, so we're just gonna announce our takeoff when we're ready. Why is the roll trim so slow? It's just, so I have the Bravo throttle quadrant and it has a wheel that looks like this on the left side of it. So as I move that, it basically has acceleration. So as I'm doing this, if I keep turning, then it'll turn faster. But if I turn it and then let go, you can see it barely moves a little tiny notch at a time. It's kind of weird how it works, but it's kind of just the way it works in Microsoft Flight Sim right now. So if I want that up there, I need to almost like two-hand it to keep it going to get it up to the takeoff position. Actually not sure why it says TD there. Shouldn't it say TO? I'll have to look that up later. All right, and okay, we got our ATIS, so we know the best runway for takeoff is 25. I'm gonna pop open the VFR map really quickly. Now what we're gonna do, we just need to fly right over to this spot right here. So I'm gonna zoom in and just see if there are any GPS waypoints around here I could use. And there are not. So, all right, no GPS waypoints, that's cool. And I'm not getting where the runway is because I don't have a destination in. So if I set any destination here, then it'll draw the line and I can see where the runway is on the taxiway diagram. So if I just zoom out and find another airport, say Khan, and put that in. We're not actually going to fly there. But if I do this, then it'll draw the line, so I'll be able to get our departure airport, our departure runway location, which is right over here. So I just like doing this when I'm taxiing, just because it just gives us a more surefire way to find the start of the runway that we're going to. So now I just know that it's here. It's not this one here. This is maybe I don't even know if that's a separate runway or what, just to avoid confusion. All right, that's good. Parking brake is off. Taxi lights are on. Strobe is on, and let's go. So we need to turn to our left and take this taxiway here over to runway 25. And let's announce that we're taxiing.
Kilo Papa India Romeo, traffic Cessna November, 22 Kilo India Papa is taxiing to runway 7.
Runway 7? Hold on, let's check the weather again. Why does it say runway 7? So when you use ATC and you self-announce your taxi at an untowered airport, it basically picks the best one based on the winds, but we just listened to the ATIS, and the ATIS said the winds were, 12 or 15 knots at 250, which there's a runway 25, so that would line up really well. Now the windsock, it looks like it's pointing kind of, behind us, so I don't know, that's kind of weird. Let's check the METAR. The METAR is in true. Is there a METAR here? There is. 030 at 16. All right, so I guess we're changing to runway 7 then. The winds just changed. All right, let's go to runway 7. So I changed that on the runway selection there, and then we can see we just go to the left here and taxi over this direction. All right, let's go to runway 7. I'll fly something else today. Oh, what are you flying now, Schwartz? Wait, is that you right in front of me? This has got to be you in the Super Hornet, right? Oh, nice. Classic. Hey, Alan, what's up? How does it compare to NeoFly? First of all, it costs money. That'll be a big decision point for most people, whether to try OnAir company or not. I think the biggest difference are just when it comes to virtual airlines. So if you ever want to do virtual airline stuff with friends or even just randoms, you can join and manage a virtual airline. OnAir company is more of like a full-on like franchise type app where you can have AI. You could like run an entire airliner yourself, like just on your computer, in your browser, not even using the sim. So I almost think of it like a sports manager type of game. You know those games where you're like a franchise owner and you like do all the trading and all that. You could do that with OnAir company. You don't even have to fly if you don't want to. And then with all of that, you can run FBOs, you're hiring people, you're hiring, maintenance, doing maintenance on the things, buying planes, all of that stuff. And then all of that stuff is part of the virtual airline feature as well. So if you want to do it with other people, you can actually have a virtual airline with them and all be working towards the same goals and earning money for the same airline. And then another thing, this is a nerdy part of it I always mention, but everything is backed up online. So like, and it works in all the popular sims. So not just Microsoft Flight Sim. I could switch over to X-Plane right now, get a Grand Caravan at this location in X-Plane, and fly a mission in my same career or prepared. So it supports all the major flight sims. And then everything is backed up online, which is nice. So that means, if you change your hard drive or you have to reformat your hard drive, you don't have to back anything up. It's just all saved like in the interweb clouds, as they say. So, I like it, but it is a payment. It is a subscription model. So that's not going to be, it's not going to be doable for everyone. We already pay for, a lot of us already pay for things like Navigraph. So it can be a little annoying to have yet another thing you're paying for regularly. On the plus side, if you pay for like a year or two in advance, it gets a lot cheaper. So I just renewed mine for 2 years for like $50 US dollars. If you pay monthly, it's much more expensive. You end up paying like $8 or $10 a month or something like that. So it's just a lot more affordable if you pay for it long term. And they're just, you know, they're constantly updating it, just like the other ones, like NeoFly. Skypark has kind of slowed down on their updates lately, it seems like. But yeah. All right. Let's say that we're departing to the east.
Kilo Papa India Romeo, traffic Cessna November, 22 Kilo India Papa, taking off runway 7 departure to the east.
All right, so for this mission, we are flying to the east down here, and we're doing a rescue mission. We have to pick up 7 people and return. Actually, I should have not taken my time. I'm going to get penalized for taking so long and doing this, but yeah, these are supposed to be like rush missions. Oh wow, I guess my trim is set poorly. Whoa, what is going on? Okay, that was new. Am I getting the winds bug? What's going on here? Okay, we have 20 knot winds now. All right. That was a very floaty takeoff. What just happened? I've seen stuff on Reddit and mostly on Reddit of people having these crazy wind changes. I wonder if that's just happened because we were supposed to be on runway 25. Now the winds are, instead of at a 250, they've switched over to like 030. They were like 15 knots and now they're like 30 knots. So something crazy is going on here. All right, that was kind of crazy. Herzmo. Hey, buddy. Wouldn't that be great if no matter which sim you play, you could have companies with other players? That's how OnAir Company works. You can, I haven't done it myself, but it does support every sim. So all of the planes that are in OnAir Company, like when it does model matching for the planes, they are sim agnostic. They used to actually have multiple entries, one for X-Plane 11, one for Prepared, one for Microsoft Flight Sim. But they unified all of them probably, I think it was maybe earlier this year. So they're all just generic. It's just the plane. So you just find the Kodiak 100, purchase it, and then whichever sim you load in, it'll know how to match that model up. And I actually haven't had any issues with liveries either. I don't really use custom liveries, but at least all of the built-in liveries in Microsoft Flight Simulator, those have been working for me. I haven't had an issue where it doesn't think that I'm in the plane that I'm in. All right, I'm gonna sync the heading bug and turn on autopilot. Hold us at this altitude for now. Weather bug in Flight Sim. Yeah, that was crazy how, dude, it changed so drastically. By the time we checked the ATIS, got ready to taxi, the wind had changed to like the opposite direction and twice as fast. Sorry, Schwartz, I didn't see where you're flying yet. Maybe you'll catch up. Let me see, I can probably make it out from here. Is that, I mean, I see it's a twin. I don't know if it's the Diamond. It's a twin. It's either a Baron, a DA62, or... Wait, is that the Seneca? I don't have the... I don't own the... what was the new twin that just came out? The new beach twin, right? I don't own that one, so if you're in that, then I can't see the right model, so it might be giving a generic one. All right, we're getting a traffic warning here. This is something we haven't seen, we don't see normally because the traffic alerts were not showing, or still not showing in the current retail version of the game, but in the beta, it's fixed, so multiplayer traffic shows up here on the NXI traffic. Wait, so that has the same livery that I have, except it's obviously not a Caravan. Is that... It's not the DA62. I assume that's the Baron. It's either the Baron or the King Air. I don't know anything about twins. I don't fly them at all. What plane is that? And he might be flying one that I don't have. Like if he's flying the Beach Twin or something like that, I don't have that. I haven't bought that plane, so... I'll be seeing a different model than what he's actually flying. I don't know, it almost looks like it looks like a Piper twin to me. But with that livery on it, it makes me think it's got to be a default plane, so it's probably the Baron. Yeah, maybe that is... Oh, yeah, it is. It is pretty big, right? Yeah, that is the King Air. It's got to be the King Air, yeah. Because look at all the windows on it. It has so many seats. Yeah, there's a lot of windows on that thing, so... Yeah, I think you're right, Nick. It's the King Air. All right, so this area right here is where we actually need to land. So if I check the moving map here, we can see our position relative to it. So right here, there's a highway we need to land at right in this area. So I'm going to slow down. And the wind is going to be super fun to deal with. With all the other players that follow, you should do Oshkosh Arrival. Oh, yeah. Actually, it looks like more of you guys are on the beta now because last stream there was, I think, only Deuce was following along, and now a few more of you seem to be here. But yeah, because the beta uses a different multiplayer server than the retail version of the game, the full version and the non-beta version, I see way fewer people than normal. All right, so this is like a north-south facing road, this highway here. So we just need to turn to the left here. I'm going to slow down a bit, try to get, it looks like the road's right here. I can see it right, it's like right behind the middle of what's getting blocked right now by by the frame of the plane. So it's going to be right down in this area, it looks like. So I'm going to slow down. There's where the road turns. So we need to land right here, right? That's where I'm aiming for, is that point where the road turns. So that's our runway right there. And I did one of these last night to try it out, and it looks like they actually add a fire truck on the ground. I don't know if there's any variation, but I saw a fire truck parked on the road the last time I did one of these, when I did one of these last night. We're near Kilo India, or KPIR, Kilo Papa India Romeo. KPIR is the airport code we just took off from in South Dakota. And I'm just doing a search and rescue really quickly just to try it out with OnAir. Oh yeah, I think I see the accident site right there. So thankfully we can't collide with anything, so we're just gonna land on this stretch right here. Unfortunately, we can't get the cars off the road, so we're just going to ignore them while we land. They're floating anyway. Ooh, this roll. This is so bumpy. Oh no, this hill. No! I have full brakes on. Oh, I have reverse. I always forget about reverse. Ooh. Alright, that's a little sketchy. Let me see what OnAir says. Okay, it says shut down the engine. So we're close enough. I didn't see a fire truck back there, though. Let me turn around really quickly to see if we can find the fire truck. So NeoFly is one of the career mode apps that actually, if you donate, it's free, but you have the option to donate to NeoFly. And if you do that, you get some extras. And one of the extras you get is a bunch of like objects that go in the world. So they have like crash sites and fire trucks and ambulances and all that stuff. This terrain is a bit sketchy. So Yeah, I see something down there. Maybe there is a fire truck. So anyway, in NeoFly, if you donate and you get those things, then you'll see the, you know, the crash sites or, you know, a crash plane or wherever you're doing the rescue mission for. And it looks like with OnAir company, it's included. You know, you're paying for it anyway, but I did see a fire truck the last time when I did one of these last night. So I'm curious if it's there. So I'm just going to go a little closer to where it's showing the actual waypoint. Oh, and RS, if you wanna join, I'm on the USA West server, and we're running the beta. So there's kind of it's unfortunately a few requirements this time because if you're not running the Sim Update 10 beta, we won't see each other because it's on two different servers. All right, there's the fire truck. Cool, yeah. So it does just put a fire truck wherever the accident scene is. Oh, the spam begins. Just been getting hit up with spam constantly. Thankfully, it's literally one click to get rid of it. So, sorry about that. I'm getting hit by the bots. I love that YouTube, in all of its complexity, still can't just figure out when somebody's spamming, when it's got like a web address in all caps. So this is the fire truck model, I guess it's in there. It's not the most detailed thing, but it's better than nothing. OnAir or NeoFly has a lot more detail in the stuff that they show, I think. Oh, that's cool. The lights are, yeah, it looks like, yeah, it's got like kind of a working light on it. I mean, it's good enough. It's more than nothing, so I'll take it. I'm guessing they'll add more variation to these in the future, so, but it's a good start. Pretty cool. How to activate the beta. Let me see if I have the link in the description still. Oh, our patient is probably wanting to get on. Yeah, remaining time to bring the passenger back, 6 minutes. Shut down the engine to start boarding. All right, let's shut off the engine. I'm just gonna pull the fuel condition lever. All right, boarding in progress. So now we have to wait 50 seconds. So there's a countdown timer. Now what I'm curious about is if I can start. I don't know why we need to stop the engine because, like, I guess maybe it's too powerful, like the wind it's pushing backwards. What I'm not sure if we can do is start the engine while they're still boarding. So let's just try that out. I'm gonna try to restart it while it says it's still boarding. 22 seconds, boarding in progress. Nope, it says shut down the engine. All right, well, I tested that out. The tires on the fire truck are flat, yeah. RS, you need to use, it matters what you're on, but you can opt in for it by using, there's an app on Xbox and through the Microsoft Store called Xbox Insider Hub. You just download that, opt in for the beta, and then restart your system, and then let the sim update. And that beta will be out until the end of next month. So we have a good like 4 more weeks until sim update 10 comes out for real. This patient is not going to be happy. Yeah, we had 6 minutes remaining. We're down to 4 minutes to bring them back, and we need 20 more seconds for them to get loaded on board. So I'm definitely going to have some penalties there. All right, then we're just going to fly back to KPIR, so I might as well invert the flight plan here. There we go. And so we can just fly directly back. I'm just going to do a direct enter. All right, are they boarded? Boarding finished, take off and fly to any airport. We only have 4 minutes, so sorry. They're going to be very unhappy. I also kind of took my time after I accepted the mission, getting it started and starting taxiing. So, yeah, we definitely need to get faster at this if I'm going to be a good rescue pilot. You know, these could be done in a helicopter as well. I don't know how far some of them are, but I think in general, the missions that are in OnAir company are made for planes. but there are definitely ones made for helicopters in NeoFly. So if you like flying helicopters, I would do NeoFly. All right, this road is kind of crappy, so I think I'm gonna go over here and try to take off from this field instead. There's just too many bumps in this road, so we'll see if this field over here is a bit better. All right, we got 1 notch of flaps down. This is a medical emergency, so we just need to take off. All right, let's go see. This looks pretty good. Go down here, make a U-turn to the left. Just making sure that this is kind of flat. Oh no, it's kind of bumpy too. But we're going against the grain basically. So let's see when we turn this way how it looks. All right, try this out. We need to get to 70 knots. The Grand Caravan's pretty good, but it needs about 2,000 feet to take off. Whereas the Kodiak needs half of that. All right, that was pretty fast. The wind is still being pretty crazy. You can see just all the bumps we're getting in the wind is pretty nuts. Good stuff. Oh, I have the yaw damper on by accident. It's interesting that you can turn the yaw damper on independently of autopilot being engaged. I think that when you turn autopilot off, it would turn yaw damper off. I'm sure there's a use case where you want it to be independent, but whatever that is, I don't know what it is. All right, cool. Altitude hold, nav mode on, autopilot on, yaw damper on. It'll help with the wind. So I just have a direct to route. We're not going to get back in time. I have 1 minute left, so we just barely took off. So, yeah, sorry to the patient. The Caravan turns into a hearse. Oh man, he's not wrong. Yeah, I don't think the patient actually dies or anything. I think you just get a penalty. I mean, it doesn't really give you an update though. It doesn't like check in with you later and say like, oh, Billy's doing fine. He said thanks for bringing him back after he got in a wreck on his BMX bike in the cornfield or whatever. No updates, no social media integration with the rescue missions. Okay, Schwartz, thanks for joining. Have a good rest of your day, dude. That was the King Air, right, Schwartz? While we're flying back with autopilot, let me look up those instructions and I'll put them in the chat for updating to the beta. If you guys want to. There we go. So yeah, here's a link in the chat to how to install the Sim Update 10 beta, and it has instructions in there for Xbox, for PC if you're on Microsoft Store, or on Steam. So in all three, Steam is probably the easiest because you just like right-click the game, go into the properties, and choose the beta and hit OK. I mean, they're all really easy. Once you get the Xbox Insider app, you just hit opt-in. So it's an easy one. It's all easy. They did a good job making it easy to opt in and out of the beta. Oh, cool. We can see the moon. Restarting now. All right, nice. Yeah, so we're going to go back to Pierre Regional, KPIR, and then start a flight from there. I see ATC Miker. And JMM 1950. See a couple of you guys out here. If you guys want to join, you have to have the beta installed, unfortunately. I mean, not unfortunately, it's only unfortunate that you have to get it installed to be on the same multiplayer server, but on the plus side, you get all the improvements of the beta, so that's pretty cool. I really love how long they're having the beta out for. I mean, or how early they got it out, I guess. You know, we have like an entire month of using the beta, so hopefully that helps them, you know, find and fix a lot of bugs. They've already done one update. They did an update on, was it Wednesday? I think it was Wednesday. They released, or maybe Thursday, they released an update to the beta with a bunch of bug fixes, so it's been pretty good. Oh, hey, Mike R. Miker. I said Miker, but maybe it's Mike R. Anyway, what's up? They fixed, they already fixed the bugs that were with the VFR map, so the bug was that if the window wasn't big enough, this scroll bar was missing, but they added the scroll bar back in. Oh yeah, and they added another feature, which we see right here. This wasn't in my video because I recorded it before this update, but where they added the ILS info. So if you click on an airport that has an ILS approach, it separates that from, it was normally listed in the normal frequencies here. So it would say like ILS or localizer 1-2 or whatever and show the frequency, but now they separate out the ILS information, so it's got its own little subcategory here. So it shows you the ILS approaches, final approach course, the identifier of the localizer, so that's when you tune in you can identify you're tuned into the correct one, and then the frequencies. So it's pretty awesome. And what's really cool is, like, I mean, I was gonna say I don't think we give the working title team enough credit, but I think they do get a lot of credit. Like, people are very nice in their Discord and always thanking them for all the work they do. In addition to the NXI, they did just randomly, we get all these updates that they've done here where you can just, you know, they made these updates. The working title team's like, hey, let's do some improvements to the VFR map. It's like, all right, now we have all these improvements in the VFR map. They're turning it into like a poor man's Navigraph or a ForeFlight, you know. Whoops, there's the airport. All right, let's slow down. Sorry, I'm definitely behind the plane right now. Winds are 020. So what's our best? Is it 3-1 or 0-7? I think they're about equal. So we do runway 07. It's gonna be, where's 07? I think that's this one right here, I think is 07. Yeah, the mountain is my dog. Always hops into the stream. Got like a mini celebrity here in the mountain. Oh yeah, and the bugs. I don't know, I haven't read too many forum threads about people's experience with the beta yet. I mean, I only really know my personal experience, which has been, for the most part, it's been really, really good. Obviously, it's going to be different for everyone, but I think a lot of the time when people have major issues with it, it's because they just have a lot of mods installed. And I try to keep my mods very light. I only run a few things, so that's probably why it generally works okay for me. And the same as when I update to the, you know, even a non-beta update, when a new sim update or world update comes out, I usually have very few problems. But, you know, everybody has a different setup. There's a lot of people that have, like, you know, almost like homemade avionics panels and stuff like that, so. All right, we're just gonna do a U-turn here and get around to runway 7. Actually, let's see, is that 7? I don't think that's 7. Let's see what the wind indicates here. The wind has changed again, it looks like. Wind is at 020. Where do we say, where does the METAR say it's at? Oh no, it says 020, 16. Yeah, we don't have a great option here, do we? Runway 7 and 13, 25 and 31. I mean, it's either going to be 07 or 31, but we don't have a really good headwind on any of them. This patient is just like, just get me down to any runway, I don't care. How many flight hours? According to the in-game logbook, I have 560 or something like that. I kind of took the last like 4 or 5 months off though. I really wasn't flying a lot, so I lost a lot of my steam there. All right, this is the longest extended downwind ever. I tend to be very high, like in general. I need to work on coming in lower. If I'm not using, you know, assistance with the autopilot or doing instrument approach or something like that, I tend to be a bit too high. You can still see there's 4 whites on the PAPI lights there right now. So, all right, so we have our wind is from the front left. We have a 20 knot wind right now. You're a noob with 60. I mean, it also, I don't know if it counts if you don't finish a flight. I think they may have made it so even if you do a partial flight, it'll count. There was a time where I feel like it wasn't counting my flights. People have also lost like their logbooks before where they're just like, it says I have 0 hours all of a sudden. I think I lost it. I know I did scroll back in mine though, and I think I do have around what it says because I could go back to the very first flight. Who knows if it lost any in between, but yeah, I got a decent amount of time in it. I feel like I would have a lot more if I earlier this year if I stuck to it, but yeah, I took a break for a few months. Just wasn't flying very much. It's getting distracted by other games. Sorry, did I call it a game? Shouldn't do that. Cardinal rule. Oh, this wind is crazy. Wow. I have to turn into the wind when we're landing too. Like the wind effect, the way the wind affects the plane has been so... Look at this. It's like blowing me over right now. I need to keep my ailerons to the left. And what is it? Down into the wind? I need to keep them forward and left right now, I think. The wind is coming from the front and the left. But man, I really noticed the different effects the wind has now. They, you know, months ago, I think it was Sim Update 9, they introduced all the new propeller dynamics and physics. And they applied those to the Cessna 172. And I think in this beta, they also turned them on for the Grand Caravan. So that is a plus side. I know it's really fun to use third-party planes, but if you want to try out the new like wind dynamics, all the new left-turning tendency stuff and the prop wash and all those physics they showed off in one of the developer streams a while back, I think those are only on the 172 and the Grand Caravan right now. Can you cross-correct? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if I know the term cross-correct, but if you mean like turning the ailerons into the wind, apparently I need to learn to do that better because, yeah, when I landed, I had like one wheel down for a bit, and then it was pulling to the left, and I needed to like dive into the wind with the ailerons, and I didn't do that as we were slowing down. So that was definitely affecting it, and I'm not used to needing to do that because that hasn't been as big of a factor until now. So I'm, yeah, especially with these gustier landings, it's definitely more noticeable. Lower the upwind wing and use rudder. Yeah, so I know you turn left or right into the wind. I think there are different rules on how you change your elevators, though, based on the wind, whether it's coming in front of you or behind you. I think when it's in front of you, I have to look it up. I'm probably wrong. I'm gonna guess anyway, though. I think when it's in front of you, it would make sense that you push your elevator forward, like you dive into the wind. All right, and then when it's away, I'm not sure if you do anything or not. All right, so, we're landed. Let's shut off the engine so we get credit finally. I'm gonna take a bunch of penalties on this just because I'm just blabbering, and let's see what kind of penalties it gives us. So we got paid 2,800 bucks. Reputation bonus went up, so that's good. Job finished for the rescue mission. Comfort bonus. Oh, and I got penalized 0.01 reputation because my lights were on. So, yeah, I had my landing lights and my strobe and my nav light on. So you're only allowed to have, what, the beacon? Let's see, it says except beacon or. Except beacon or. Beacon or what? Kind of want to know what other light. Maybe it's the strobe. So you're allowed to have the beacon on, but yeah, I got a penalty there. Landing into the wind, ailerons into the wind, opposite rudder. But I think, yeah, when landing, okay. But then when you're I know there's some more rules for when you're taxiing and there are strong winds, like mattering if they're from behind the plane or in front of the plane. You're also supposed to use the elevators, I think. Yeah, I was definitely crabbed. I was like more crabbed coming in instead of lined up. I wasn't using my rudder enough for sure. All right, ATC. I'm just going to close this because we're good there. Oh my God, the spam is relentless today. I'm literally banning the user every single time and reporting them for spam. And it's still just another account opens up. It's so annoying. All right, so engine is off. Let's just do, let's see. I guess we're good. We can just plan our next flight. All right, let's do an actual cargo. So that was one of the rescue missions. So yeah, you fly to an area. I guess they have on-road, off-road, and water rescue missions. So that was obviously an on-road mission. It's kind of not much of a road, but that worked. Congrats for getting the attention of these spammers. Yeah, it's wonderful. We all get to experience it together. It's great. You made it. Yeah. All right, let's do passengers and cargo this time. So I think last time I ended up with a flight that was like 250 something miles. So I'm gonna lower this down. I want to do shorter ones, like maybe 150, because we're in kind of like a remote-ish area, you know, we're like in the middle of South Dakota. We're not near like a huge city or anything. We're not near LAX or JFK or anything, so the missions are more sparse. Anyway, I don't really have too many to pick from, but I want to make my way, yeah, up here to at least to the east. Northeast is fine. Make our way through the Midwest and like go around the Chicago. That would be pretty cool to make our way down there, and then maybe fly along the Great Lakes, maybe up into New England. I think it would be cool to just go all the way up the coast and try to do a transatlantic crossing. To make our way really far north, though. And I think the hop is, yeah, from Newfoundland over to Greenland, up the coast of Greenland, and then to Iceland. And then it looks like, yeah, what is it? Oh, Faroe Islands, sorry. I was going to say the Falkland Islands. The Faroe Islands, and then into the UK. That could be really cool. And I pretty much never fly outside of the United States, so I think it'd be cool to, yeah, just branch out a bit and, yeah, go somewhere else. I'll have to learn a lot more rules about IFR, I guess, because the transition altitude varies in every country. So I know some of them are as low as like 3,000 feet or 5,000 feet, like in Germany and certain countries. Whereas in the US, it's just 18,000 everywhere. So that'll be interesting to do. All right. Blah, blah, blah. Let's pick a mission. All right. So this one, I'm sorting by most valuable. This one has a time constraint, which means we can't accept it yet. This one goes straight north up here to Jamestown. And there's an ILS approach here. See, I can click on Sky Vector here and it'll bring up the Sky Vector page for it. Jamestown, North Dakota. UK is the best airspace. I don't know if I think I flew in the UK once, like forever ago. And it was amazing. And the downside to flying where we're flying right now is there just happens to be no weather. It's just clear skies every day, which as far as the sim goes, gets kind of boring. Like visually, the most boring thing to fly in is just clear skies. And, you know, it's pretty flat around here too. So yeah, it's not super pretty to look at where we are. No offense if you're from the Dakotas, but as far as aviation goes, like so far from what I've seen, it's very flat here. But I could just be in the wrong area. But anyway, I think we should, yeah, we could do this mission. This is 167 miles. Oh, around Mount Rushmore, true. Is that in North or South Dakota? You know, as an American, I don't know where anything is, including in my own country. All right, so let's accept this one. This mission, it's for dangerous materials, 589 pounds of dangerous materials. You know, I don't really care too much about like how much money we're earning and all that. I really just want to use it. I'm using this more as like a route finder, you know, to just get off the beaten path, to get off, just to have a variety of places I fly to. So that's the primary goal. All right, so let's prepare this flight. I'm going to bring up SimBrief in a second so we can get our fuel calculations because it does a good job giving us estimated fuel. So we're going from KPIR to KJMS. Type that in the chat. KJMS. And then let's bring up Sky Vector, or sorry, not Sky Vector. We'll bring up SimBrief. And my streaming software, it's funny, every time with the streaming software, you can basically tell it like, you know, to automatically change windows when you change windows, but it keeps forgetting where, if I'm on SimBrief or not. It's just, what a pain in the butt. All right, let's try this. Please work. Lots of clicking. There we go. All right, there we go. All right, dispatch. Let's go to flight plan. New flight, and we just enter our departure and arrival. If you haven't used SimBrief before, anytime you're doing IFR stuff where you want a recommended route and you also want to be able to figure out your fuel and to compensate for weight and balance and all that and fuel and figure that out, I would use SimBrief. It's just awesome. And you can just choose your type of plane. So I have mine saved at the top just because I put the tail number in, but it has, you know, a big list of planes that it supports. So you can just choose the 208B Grand Caravan. Then you put in your departure and arrival. So KPIR, KJMS. And then down here in these drop downs, you can actually choose how much weight you're taking with you optionally and how many passengers as well. And that'll take that into account when you generate the flight plan, and it'll give you your estimated fuel, including reserve time. So up here, you can set your reserve fuel time. So I just have it on 45 minutes. And then I just need to look at OnAir to remember how much we're going to be loading up. It is 589 pounds. So I need to do 589 pounds to tons. So that's 0.299 tons, so 0.3 tons. Pretty sure this is in tons. And passengers, We have 0 passengers. It's just us. Actually, maybe I should put 1 because we have a co-pilot. I think it puts the co-pilot weight in by default. Yeah, just to be safe. It can't hurt to have more weight in there as long as we have enough fuel. You know, we'll have a little bit of extra fuel. And then it gives us a recommended route here. And on the right, there are also other routes you can pick from. And then there's another view more routes button. So I think view more routes will bring in things from other sources. So SimBrief has its own recommendations, but this sometimes it'll actually pull in flights like real world flights from flightaware.com, sites like that that track real world flights that have taken this route or that have gone from this airport to the next one. Same departure and arrival airport. And it'll give you a real world flight and you just copy that, you know, it'll give you that route as the recommendation. So these two, I'm not sure why it has JMS in there twice. So I guess we'll ignore the duplicate one and we'll just use this flight plan. So I'll put that full flight plan in the chat while I program it in. And then once you configure everything here, you hit this generate flight button. I'm going to overwrite my previous flight plan. And this is where it'll give us the fuel. So block fuel is just our total fuel that we'll use for the flight, including taxiing and reserve and all that. So 1,082 pounds. Oh, this is interesting. So it's recommending... there's an error here where I guess one of the waypoints that it wanted to use was not in the system. So it looks like we'll be skipping that one. So block fuel, 1,082 pounds. I can go back here, and then as I fuel up here, and I change my fuel amount, you can see right here our fuel under weights. So I'll just bring that up to 1,082 or higher. So there's 1,100. And so we still have 2,000 pounds of payload available. And then you can actually import SimBrief here at the top. There's a little button that says import SimBrief data. So if you want here, once you generate the flight plan, if you scroll down, there are all these file formats you can export the flight plan in. The one that there is FS 2020 listed up here. So if you want to use the world map to import that flight plan, you would download this file, and that's the PLN file. And this one you could import into the world map, so you don't have to program it in manually. The generic one at the bottom here, the XML data file, this is used by OnAir company. So if I download that, I can click on import. And it tries to find it by default, but then I can just pick it. You can't see it, but it's got a file picker window up, and I'm just choosing the file. So now it's importing it, so it'll show that on the map, the moving map once we take off. But that's optional. You don't really need to do that. All right, we're going to validate the fuel. Have they fixed the flight model yet for the Pelican? I'm not sure, words. I don't think they... I haven't looked for that in the release notes, but if you look at the flight sim forums for the beta, the release notes they have in there should mention it if they've made any changes to it. It's probably not on... probably not a high priority for them, honestly. Mark, first officer. Kind greetings to all pilot colleagues. Italian first officer on a 738. Awesome, welcome. I'm nervous now. People that actually fly planes watching. Sounds terrifying. Just please close your eyes when I'm taking off or landing or doing anything. Thanks. All right, let's put the time offset to the normal amount. And we have to program this whole flight plan in. So I'll do it manually. We'll do that on the NXI. So get a cup of coffee. This might take a minute. All right, so first I'm just going to go to menu and clear out the flight plan completely. Delete flight plan. More spam to deal with. All right, and the flight plan changed a little bit from what I originally put in the chat because I guess it could not find this Ekima or Isima waypoint. So this is the one we're doing now. For some reason it has JMS duplicated at the end. All right, so it says we're going direct. So our origin is KPIR. Enter, enter. Our destination is KJMS. which is Jamestown Regional. That's in North Dakota. Enter, enter. And then we put in the en route waypoints. Looks like we have no airways. We just have just direct waypoints all the way up. So the first one is PIR. So that's going to be the VOR right at this airport. I know it's a little bit east of us. And I'm not going to try to pronounce the name of the VOR. We have a conflict, so we need to pick the correct one. So I'm going to pick the one in USA, of course. Next is Uniby, U-N-I-B-Y. $61 miles away. Third is FAHTU, F-A-H-T-U. Then CAFD, C-A-F. Whoa, that's what happens if you don't hit the keyboard button properly. There we go. C-A-F-D-E. Zoom out a little. Yeah, this looks good. We're heading in the right direction. CAFD might be an initial approach fix or something like that. Direct APUYU. This is a little weird. Why do we need... I'm surprised we need another waypoint. APUYU. Okay, that looks like our final approach course, basically. And then direct JMS. So once we get closer, we're probably not going to need these. We'll get assigned an approach by the controller, so... we most likely bypass a bunch of these waypoints. Where'd our flight plan go? Maybe I picked the wrong JMS. Let me clear this one out. Yeah, I did something wrong with JMS. Yeah, it says direct JMS. Juliet Mike Sierra. Let's try that again. JMS. Jamestown. Okay, it worked that time. Oh, I know why. Yeah, it's showing like this because we don't have a leg turned on. The last thing we had was direct to this airport, so I have to activate the first leg to get going. So we're just going to go to the first en route waypoint menu, activate leg. All right, there we go. So it was just showing the direct to line to the airport we're already at, so that's why it looked like it was showing nothing. All right, so that looks right to me. And if we want, we can scroll out. We can use the range knob. We can push it and then move it like a joystick to follow the route. Just take a look at the route in more detail, but we're seeing, you know, it go pretty much straight north to our destination, so that looks right to me. We can compare that over here with what's on Skyvet or on SimBrief. So you can see it's similar. It just goes straight north basically. And then over here on the right to the east, KPIR, that's our alternate. So it picked that automatically for us too. All right, and then the engine's off and the lights are off. Let's turn the beacon off to be safe when we accept the mission so it doesn't ding me for anything. Then I'll hit start tracking. So now if you watch, it should... we might see a little decrease in like... we might see it get loaded up. Doesn't look like it did it. Sometimes when you, especially when you go from like a lightweight and low fuel and you load like to max payload, you'll actually see the plane shift a little bit once we start the mission because OnAir does load the weight in. It doesn't get reflected here in this menu, unfortunately, but it does actually affect it. If you change this now, it'll override it. But it does manage the weight and the fuel, even though it seems invisible. All right, let's get this started up again. So fuel selectors are already on and everything's already on. So we're just going to turn on the starter, put the fuel boost on, and then introduce fuel in a second. There we go. All right, low idle. You'd flown the Cessna Grand Caravan when you were at the beginning of your ATPL career. For para dropping. Oh man, you can give me some pointers then, Mark. Oh, whoops, beacon was not on. All right, beacon's on now. My bad. All right, we can turn the starter and the fuel boost off. Pop is full forward. And let's put the flaps in takeoff position. All right, and with the ATC, we're going to get IFR clearance, but we can't get it until we take off because we have to get it with a center controller. So we have to fly. We have to take off first before it'll work. Tuscany, I have not. All right, that looks good. Okay, so let's make sure I accepted the flight, which I did. Okay, so it's tracking. We're ready to go. Everything's good. Our fuel is all loaded and all that. The cargo is loaded. So we're just going to hit announce taxi. It's kind of a shortcut to figure out which runway to take off. It'll tell us which one we're taxiing to, so that's just saves us a minute from checking the ATIS and figuring out which runway we want ourselves. A little bit of a cheat code there. All right, so runway 13 is just right behind us. And so we just do a U-turn and then turn right at this taxiway here to go to runway 13. And then we're gonna take off and we're gonna start our climb. Now, I haven't opened Navigraph just yet, so it's gonna make me click a code, right? Oh, it's not. Nice. They must have improved something with Navigraph because usually when you open this panel, it makes you scan a QR code with your phone or go to a URL to give it permission to load in this plugin, basically. But it looks like maybe they made some improvements where it remembers it. So what's really cool is every time you open Navigraph charts, whatever you've programmed into the NXI, it recognizes that. And I can just hit this load flight plan button in orange, and that's going to bring in this flight plan that we put in the NXI, which is a huge time saver. All right, so now we have this flight plan. Am I a real pilot? Nope. I'm an armchair or couch captain pilot. I have not taken a discovery flight at all. I really like the sim and learning about it. So definitely not a real pilot. I'll never claim to be. I have not touched a yoke in my entire life. So a lot of people in chat have way more experience than I do. I just like nerding out on all the procedures and sim stuff. It's really cool, but I have a billion things to still learn, but I'm having a good time doing it. So Word says, do you think track IR is a must? For me, it's not. For me, track IR is weird. I've tried it and I think it's really weird to have to look at my monitor while turning my head and keeping my eyes looking forward. It's like a really weird sensation. I don't like it at all. I know that without it, you end up with a lot of canned views, and it's kind of annoying to grab your mouse to look around. But a lot of people love track IR, so I think if you have the money for it, I would just order it on Amazon or somewhere else that has a generous return policy. Try it out, and if you don't like it after a couple days, then return it. That's what I did. I couldn't really get used to it. I didn't like it too much. I know the people that are good at using it, especially when they're streaming, it looks really cool to see the head move around in a more natural way. I think that's great. But for me, it just felt weird, so I stopped doing it. All right, let's see what we got here. I'm going to bring up our charts. So if I click KPIR at the top, I don't think there are any charts at this airport, are there? Oh, that was our last airport. Okay, so we have our taxiway diagram. So I'll pin that to the bottom, and then we'll click on our arrival airport over here and open the charts. And I'll just bring up, let's check the METAR over there really quickly. We can do that for our destination just by rolling down to it here. So 340 at 8 knots. So if they have a runway that's around 34, okay, they have 31. So we'll probably get the RNAV or the ILS for 31 since there's 8 knots of wind at 34. We'll just assume that for now, and they'll assign one to us, and we'll figure it out later. But I'm just going to add that to the pin board for now, and then also add the taxiway diagram. So we have all that at the bottom here, so we can just click to access that stuff. All right, so if we look at the one here for this airport, we can just look at for runway 13 what if there's any instructions here for taking off. It's just got all the info here. Filing is alternate runway 31. These are for alternates. Takeoff runway 31, runway 1 and 2. There aren't any written instructions. So for me, like being a kind of a noob with departure procedures, I don't think there's really anything for us here. Let me see if there's is there an actual departure procedure? There are no departure procedures, and I don't see any like obstacle departure procedure. No line of sight. Birds on and vicinity of the airport within 25 nautical miles. Additional info. It just shows lighting information and stuff like that. Sometimes down here, I think on the Jeppesen charts, it'll tell you if there's an obstacle departure procedure for each runway. I don't see any of that for this airport. So in that case, we're just going to start our climb up to a VFR altitude. I mean, we end up cruising at 10 to 20,000 feet, and we're currently at 1,700 feet. Actually, yeah, 1740. I just updated the METAR by pressing B just to save some time. So we'll just start our climb, and we're just going to continue climbing up to like a VFR altitude. We're a little eastbound, so we'll do odd numbers in thousands of feet. So we'll just put in like 5,500 for now. And then once we get in contact with ATC, they're going to assign us an altitude. Just getting the autopilot set up for the climb. And we're taking off on, what was it, runway 13? Runway 13, so I'm just going to set our heading bug over to 130 for now. All right, 130. All right, let's get going finally. All right, taxi light is on, strobe is on, parking brake is off, nav light, I'll just turn that on. Can finally move. And you can use either, like if you have access to Navigraph and you can use like the moving map like this, it's really nice. Especially for you guys that are using VATSIM or something like that. Navigraph is the way to go. If you want to get more realistic, you can invest in ForeFlight and use that with a sim. In general though, you're probably going to want the middle tier of ForeFlight, which is $240 US a year. Navigraph is only about 100 a year. If you fly only in the US and you want to try ForeFlight and you're okay with FAA charts and you want moving maps on taxiway and procedure, like instrument procedure documents like these plates, then it's about $240 a year. But for all the other reasons, if you want to spend less money, if you fly globally and you want Jeppesen charts and you don't need it to be a real world tool like ForeFlight is, then go with Navigraph. Yeah, my girlfriend, she has her license, so she can she can fly. She's been working on her instrument rating next. I've flown with her a few times, but I definitely am a nervous flyer, so the more I learn, the less nervous I get. I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel more safe in like a Cirrus. Just knowing it has like the caps, like the parachute system, makes me feel a little more at ease, just to know there's yet another thing that can be used for safety if something goes wrong. All right, is this 13? Yeah, this looks like 13. There we go. Bravo for 13. If you don't have something like Navigraph, you can always choose the runway in your flight plan and then zoom in really close to get this little taxiway diagram on the NXI here. So this can help you as well. That's why generally I select the runway right underneath the origin line. If you roll the middle FMS knob, that gives you the runway selection. It'll also prompt you for that when you first enter the departure and the arrival waypoints. All right, I already started the mission, so we're good. We're going to announce departure to the east.
Kilo Papa India Romeo, traffic Cessna November, 22 Kilo India Papa.
All right, landing lights on, taxi lights off. All right, fuel conditions at high idle now. Once we turn, we're going to sync our heading bug. Got birds in front of us. I think I linked the birds in the description. It's in the marketplace if you want it. They're kind of silly looking, a little silly looking, but it's also at the same time nice to see some birds. Look at the windsock blowing to the right. All right, so we got some wind out of the left. Looks like 12-ish knots, 12, 13 knots from the left. 3, 6, 9, 10, maybe 10. Okay, props full forward. High idle. Flaps is at takeoff position. Lights are good. And we're going to sync the runway heading bug straight ahead. And need our ailerons to the left until we build up some speed. Whoa. Whoa, why is it rolling so hard? There we go. That was just scaring the crap out of our cargo. I think I'm maybe giving it too much aileron for the wind. I need to work on that to figure it out because of all the new flight dynamics, and I'm totally not used to it. No, words no bird strike is possible. It's not in there, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you look at it. All right, we're at 110 knots, flaps going up. We're over 500 feet AGL. All right, and trimming. We can start our left-hand turn. And the wind is just pushing this thing around. I mean, you can watch the nose and just see how much the wind is pushing it around. All right, it's trimmed out decently. Yeah, we got a 20 knot wind from the front left right now. So we're gonna have a bit of a crosswind on this first leg. All right, I'm gonna resync the heading bug and turn on autopilot. It's gonna continue that climb for us while we contact ATC. So it looks like Minneapolis Center is our closest. To get IFR clearance, we need to first do flight following. So this is just something we have to do right now. Unfortunately, let's turn on nav mode. So once we get close to that course, it's going to intercept it for us automatically.
Request flight following.
Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa Minneapolis.
Turn towards that course.
Squawk 2444.
All right, transponder. Oh, whoops, I wasn't reporting altitude. 2444. As soon as we do that, it'll actually reply automatically up here.
East of Kilo Papa India Romeo 4,400
Altimeter's good.
Altimeter 29.83.
All right, 2983, so we acknowledge that.
Roger Cessna, Kilo India Papa.
No passengers on this one. We just have some dangerous cargo. All right, so now that we've gone through that flight following request, did the squawk, acknowledge the radar contact, now it gives us the IFR clearance. So we can click this, and now ATC will look at our flight plan and treat this as an IFR flight. So they're going to assign us an altitude. They're going to follow us, you know, expecting us from waypoint to waypoint, everything we've got programmed in. And then once we get closer to our destination, they're going to assign us an approach. All right, it's the same squawk code. They don't give you another one.
Cessna November,
We're altitude captured here, 5,500 feet. GPS is activating, nav mode's activating. It's going to turn us right to get onto course.
Cessna 72 Delta readback correct.
All right, there's our altitude, 9,000 feet.
5,500 feet. Altimeter 29.83. Continue to Papa
Same
India
altimeter.
Romeo turning and following heading 085. Proceed on course climb and maintain
Proceed on
9,000
course,
feet.
climb and maintain 9,000 feet. So we're going to acknowledge that. Use flight level change again and put our nose up. Choose, let's do 120 knots. We'll just get up there real fast. Our VY in this is 95 knots, I think. I usually do like 110, 120. Especially once we're already up. For an initial climb, yeah, if you need to climb, get to altitude way faster, you could use 95. But if you want a higher ground speed, because you're not worried about obstacles or anything, or getting out of the airspace you're in faster, then you can do a faster speed. All right, so they just said, yeah, climb and maintain 9,000. So that's what we got going on for now. You can bring up Navigraph and turn on low on route airways. All right, yeah, so let's see. We're headed to Unibee now. So here's the flight plan. And by the time we get to this waypoint, like Kafti or Apuyu or whatever, so these first two legs are, you know, 56 miles and 93 miles. These last few are basically lining us up with our final approach course, or potentially, mattering which runway they assign us. But by the time we get to here, they're probably going to assign us an approach. So we'll have to program in that approach once they do that. But for now, we just got a couple longer legs to fly here. All right, nav light is on. All of our lights are good. All of our vitals are good. I'm gonna keep the throttle pretty high just for saving time. And it looks like somebody's in front of us. Oh yeah, that's one of you guys. I think that's one of you guys. JMM. He's 1,500 feet below us. So what's really, really cool about the sim update 2 with the NXI is we can see, I mentioned this earlier, but we can see multiplayer traffic on the maps now. Or if we switch over to the traffic map page, the dedicated traffic map page. So yeah, so we can see the multiplayer traffic, not just the AI traffic. Weather radar is off. There's nothing on NextRad anyway, so I'm not really worried about using the weather radar on this flight. Hopefully we'll get into some good weather once we make our way into the east here. I feel like the Midwest is usually pretty has pretty good activity going on. Oh, it's James. Oh, you're at 7,000 right now? Yeah, what does it say? Yeah, minus 19, so that checks out. Yeah, it's 7,000. I'm climbing up to 9,000 if you want to meet us up there. I don't, maybe ATC, actually I'm curious, James, if you're using ATC like I am, the in-game ATC, and you did the IFR flight plan and all that, did they assign you a different altitude than I got assigned? It gave me 9,000 feet. Actually curious if it's giving us different altitudes. And apparently in chat, Mark in chat flew a Grand Caravan at the start of his career. So I'm always curious about what the settings should be for cruise. I'm pretty sure it's pretty dependent on the company you fly for, right? Like, you know, in the sim, like I'm renting this plane, you know, virtually renting it in OnAir company. So for like wear and tear on the engine, I'm not, I mean, it's realistically, you would obviously treat a plane well, whether you're renting it or not. But, you know, for me, I'm like, oh, I don't know that own this plane. I'll just run it, you know, full RPMs the whole time. But I know there's like different combinations of settings you can use, like pulling the RPMs back, trying to hit a target fuel flow per hour for economic reasons. And then, yeah, pulling the prop speed down to reduce noise in the cabin for passengers and things like that. I'm pretty sure those are more realistic things that people would do. I'm always curious about, yeah, how would a real pilot have these settings right now? And I think the Kodiak is similar. Like, you can run it the prop full forward the entire time if you want. But it just matters, like, noise and fuel efficiency if you want, and wear and tear if you want to pull it back. All right, so we're flying direct Uniby, UNIBY, and then we have a slight right turn here to get to Fatu. And then these last few waypoints, it's kind of weird these were in the, I mean, maybe this is because of terrain or something up here. Unfortunately, Navigraph, oh, it has a world map. It doesn't have a VFR map though. So we can't really tell if there's any terrain in this area, at least through Navigraph. But it looks like it's basically lining us up for an approach with these waypoints. But we can expect when we're closer to the destination airport that ATC will be assigning us an approach. I know in-game ATC gets kind of a lot of hate from the Microsoft Flight Sim community because, you know, it's definitely prone to throwing you into mountains and stuff like that, or repetitively telling you which altitude to climb to, even if you're at that altitude. Search doesn't find Uniby. Really? UNIBY. Huh, that's weird. I wonder why that is. What is the route? Here's the route we're flying, KPIR to KJMS. So this is from South Dakota to North Dakota. And then here are the waypoints. Only the first few of these waypoints are probably relevant because once we get closer, we'll wait to hear the approach assignment from ATC. But if you want to try to join, you could try to find a nearby airport. I could. It looks like 9 or 8 Delta is right here to our west. That's pretty close to us. And there'll be more along the way. Can pull up. But to join, the requirements are a little higher than normal because of the beta. So I'm running the beta, and if you're not on the beta, you won't see anybody else. You'll only see people that are running the beta in the beta. So if you have the non-beta version of Flight Sim right now, you won't see me. And I'm on the USA West server. Oh, you got it, RS? Okay, cool. Yeah, that's really... Okay, James. So they put James here in front of us at 7,000 feet, but they assigned me 9,000 feet. So that's kind of cool. Let me see if we can... Whoa. That's a interesting angle that it put the camera at. Why can't I move the... That's weird. I suddenly can't move the external camera. Now let me try to reset it. The drone camera. Huh. None of my shortcuts are working for flying the drone camera. Let's try again. Nope. Weird. I don't know why that's happening, but I can't use the drone camera right now. It doesn't like me. I was gonna fly the drone camera over there to see what James is flying. It's so hard to tell from this distance. Is that a DA-62? It's got very thin wings, and it's got that, like, tadpole shape to it almost. It looks like a DA-62. I'm trying to get better at recognizing planes when I see them. And what's cool is we probably won't see the traffic alert now because he's 2,000 feet below us, but yeah, we can see him right here. Oh, you're in the 208? That's the 208? That looks so different to me. Okay, yeah, I see it now. Well, as I get closer, it looks less tadpole-like. Like the DA-62 body, I can see it straighten out more than we're getting closer. See, I'm horrible at seeing which plane it is. I thought he was in a DA-62, but he's literally flying the same plane on me. Alright, I'm gonna add a little bit of throttle. We're doing 500 pounds per hour, which I think is pretty high. We have a headwind? Yeah, we have a little bit of a headwind. 23 knots from the left, so if we want to see the headwind versus the crosswind component, we can change to option 1. Yeah, so we have a 15 knot headwind, or sorry, 17 knot headwind and a 15 knot crosswind. Oh, you're taking off 9 Foxtrot 8. Let's see where that is. Oh yeah, I forgot. Keep forgetting that the VFR map is so improved now, so we can easily find where he's taking off from just opening this up and typing in 9F8. And that's where he is. Okay, yeah, you're right in front of us then. It's so nice. Because it's so new, I'm not used to taking advantage of the VFR map. I'm always reaching for, you know, like Navigraph, or sometimes reaching for ForeFlight, just to try to look up quick info. Or in this case, I would have like gone over here and just zoomed in and out a bit. I probably wouldn't even have found that airport actually. So it's really easy to just open up the VFR map and type in any waypoint you're interested in. You can also type in like a VOR and get the frequency really quickly, or you can type in any, you know, like an RNAV waypoint will give you, will just give you the coordinates of it. But yeah, clicking on a VOR or VORTAC or an airport just gives you a ton of information. It gives you all the METARs when you click them. That's really nice for if you're flying to an untowered airport and you need to figure out the winds, but there's no weather service at the airport you're landing at. You could just easily pop open the VFR map and then just find, you know, airports around the one you're going to and check if they have METARs available. So like here, I could click on this, get an idea of what the wind might be like over here.
At flight level 340 twin jet. Report them in sight.
JetBlue, all right.
Allegiant 1500 traffic is 3 o'clock 2 miles at flight level 370 twin jet. Report them in sight.
All right, so it looks like we're about halfway to Unibee. This is the shorter leg of the flight. We have a longer leg from Unibee up here to Fatu. But then we'll be right near our destination, which is Jamestown, right? Yeah, Jamestown Regional. This is in North Dakota. So the elevation there, 1,500 feet. Shows the magnetic variation. That's cool. I guess the magnetic variation is useful if we look up the METAR. So if we know the magnetic variation there is 4 degrees, if we look up the METAR, then we'll be able to figure out where the winds are. So I assume that means I haven't done this before actually, but I assume that means that to the METAR, which is reported in true, so we would add, would we add or would we subtract? If the variation is 4, I assume we just add 4, so the winds are really 344 at 8 knots. Because METARs are, the winds are reported in true instead of magnetic heading. But that's cool that that's there. I actually didn't know it showed the magnetic variation at that part of the world. Then we have our runways. We'll figure out where we're flying once we get there. And then there's a comms panel or a comms tab here. So ASO, is that supposed to say ASOS? I don't know, let's check it out. We'll tune in on COM 2. Oh, that bug is weird. One of the bugs I keep running into is whenever, yeah, look at this. Whenever I click, let's see if it works for the FMS knob. I guess it's only on the COM knob. Oh, now it's not doing it. When I pushed it in, it zoomed my camera out. Anyway, let's tune COM 2 into 118425. We're probably too far to hear anything. But that might be the weather. And then turn COM 2 on here. I'll just leave that on so when we get closer we'll just hear it. And then based on the winds we saw on the METAR, so I was expecting us to get the ILS approach, or at least the runway that the ILS is on. 340, so it's more like 3440. And if we check the procedures, yeah, there's an ILS on 3-1. So it seems likely we'll be landing on 3-1. There's not only an ILS there. Oh, whoa, we found a back course approach. I think there are like 50 or 60 maybe back course approaches in the US. It's fewer than 100, I'm pretty sure. So it's kind of surprising we found a back course approach. In the video I just posted yesterday, I reviewed back course approaches, so it's just like a localizer approach, but you fly the opposite side of it. So yeah, you can land on the opposite runway using the same localizer antenna. And then so if we do land on 3-1, we have an ILS available, and then we have an RNAV LPV available. So RNAV LPV is essentially the same as an ILS, just in that we get vertical guidance. It's a precision. Well, technically it's not. I don't think it's a precision approach technically, is it? No, it is. It is. LPV and ILS are precision, but the rest are not. But yeah, an LPV approach gives us vertical and horizontal guidance, just like an ILS does. Except it's all through GPS, so we don't need our nav radio. And then there's also a VOR approach. All right, so we'll probably get the ILS or the RNAV for 3-1. Unless the winds change drastically or they close down a runway or something. All right, RS is supposed to be near us. Oh, there you are, right behind us. Got you. I'm curious. Well, you just installed the beta, so I'm curious how it's running for you. I don't have too much data on how the beta is going for most people, but every now and then I'll check the Microsoft Flight Sim forums to find out. Just kind of read about people's experiences. I mean, for me, it's been really good. All right, that's a King Air, right? I'm pretty sure that's a King Air. And the King Air, despite popular belief, does not have an NXI in it. In this sim, it has a G3X Touch, which I don't think that has been updated for a long time. The working title team, I believe they made a G3X Touch mod a while back. I don't think they've maintained it. But it did add some improvements to the G3X. Smooth so far, awesome. Are you on PC or on Xbox RS? All right, we're almost at Unibi. We are 13 miles from Unibi, and then we'll make that right-hand turn towards our next waypoint, Fatu. That's a 93-mile leg, that second one. We're just cruising at 9,000 feet, and it's been pretty quiet. Not too much traffic in this area, I guess. I'm not sure why my controllers, like I have keyboard shortcuts like my arrow keys and WASD to move the drone camera around, but it's not letting me use it. I don't know, maybe I found a bug, but it does not want me to use the drone camera right now. Yeah, I'm not sure why that's happening. Hey Loris, how's it going? Welcome back. Yeah, I'm not sure. That's a bummer. I like to generally fly around with a drone camera, especially, you know, when we're on these long legs. We're using autopilot. Everything's calm. No impending disasters, from what I can tell. It's nice to turn on the speed, fly down towards the ground, just sightsee a little bit. But the drone camera is angry right now. Not a very beefy one, and on 1080p. Oh, that's all good. I don't run 4K or anything. I run 1440p when I'm on stream, just because the aspect ratio, I want it to work well with everybody's streams. But I have an ultra wide. My ultra wide is it's 1600. So instead of 1440, it's 1600 tall. But yeah, I know a lot of people use 4K monitors with HDR and all that. So my setup's pretty simple too. I just have a single ultra wide monitor. But when I do the stream, I have it windowed, so it's but I've gotten used to it for the stream. So I have it windowed so I can have like chat to the side and my streaming software to the other side and kind of monitor things. But yeah, it works out just fine. Will you gain speed if you pull back the prop? I don't know. Let's try it out. We're at 1900 RPMs right now. Our ground speed's 159. We do have a kind of a crappy headwind right now. We're at 1900, so let's pull the prop back. We'll try 1800. 159 knots. Ground speed went up by 1 knot. Still have that 20 knot headwind. I'm pretty sure the main thing in bringing back the prop RPMs is more about reducing noise, I think, in the cabin than it is about fuel efficiency, but I'm probably wrong. I haven't learned too much about it. Look for your keyboard profile. Maybe it changed to default. Yeah, let me maybe reset it really quickly. Oops, control options. It's on keyboard profile 2. Let me just swap it to, oh, I don't know what short keyboard is, but let's turn it to that and then back to my profile. Maybe that'll fix it. It doesn't show player names. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's under the traffic settings. You can show the player games. Oh, it's still not letting me. It's so weird. It's still got my drone camera just completely locked. Let me close Navigraph and stuff and see if that wakes it up. No, it didn't. It doesn't want me to use the drone camera with my controls. Like, no arrow keys or anything work. It won't let me move it. I don't know why. Why did I take a 5-month break? I don't know. I mean, a lot of it was there weren't a lot of major updates coming out for the NXI stuff. And, you know, most of the stuff I do is for the NXI. And I just started playing some video games with my family and stuff like that. So, yeah, I just took a break, and it was kind of nice to just not worry about it for a bit. But yeah, I don't know, I just took a break. No real major reason for it. Recently got back to Microsoft Flight Sim as a newbie. Your navigation vids have been helpful. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. Glad they're helpful. Oh, apparently, so there's a beeping right now in the background. I guess one of our smoke detectors has low battery. It's going beep like really loudly every 5 seconds. I might have to, I don't know if you can hear that. I might have to step away and fix that really quickly. All right, sorry about that. I'm back now. So, yeah, I guess our smoke detector beeped like 3 or 4 times and now it stopped. So I think maybe it's on the borderline of running out of battery and I need to replace it. But good timing, of course. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my drone camera. It's kind of a bummer. I heard when the prop is full and it's like running your car at full engine speed in first gear. Yeah, I need to do a little more. I need to do some research on that. I brought it back to 1800 and our speed is still really good. Our speed doesn't seem to be affected. So I guess we'll just leave it at 1800 for now. But yeah, I need to do some research and figure out kind of the operating rules. But yeah, in general, I know it's not good to have it at full, but I'm pretty sure you could technically do that. It would just be hard on the engine. Oh yeah, we'll do 8. We'll leave it at 18 for now. In the evening in Sioux Falls, 10 208s land one right after the other from the cargo runs. Oh, that's awesome. That sounds really cool to watch. You're talking about real life, I assume, not not like a bunch of simmers landing. I'm from CA. Yeah, I live in LA. A break can be really good, yeah. Yeah, it was nice. I got a lot of gaming in with my family and just chilled out and, you know, not doing videos or anything for a bit. It was a nice little break. All right, so we passed Unibee. We're on our way to Fatu. So this is our longest leg. We still have 83 miles on this leg. And it's estimating our landing time at 21:03. So that gives us about 40 minutes or so, a little less than 40 minutes. But before then, you know, we'll be getting assigned the approach from the controller. So that's one plus side. I know a lot of people don't like using in-game ATC, but personally, I'd rather use in-game ATC whenever I'm doing IFR stuff because I like that it's gonna give me an approach. It's gonna assign an approach to us. We're gonna have to program that approach into the NXI and look up that approach plate in Navigraph or, you know, SkyVector or whatever resources we have and react to it. So I think that's the fun part and why it's worth using the in-game ATC. But yeah, there are a lot of times that it will try to like run you into a mountain and stuff. So that's not the best experience. But yeah, and also like I know like VATSIM is great and Pilot Edge and those kind of things. I've used Pilot Edge before. It's also a lot of work to run that stuff. So I think if I keep the momentum going, maybe eventually I'll try to hop on Pilot Edge or VATSIM when I'm streaming. It's enough work off stream, so doing that and trying to focus on chat and like, you know, not making this trying my best to make the stream not boring. It's a lot of mental load, so it definitely is something I'd have to get used to. Yeah, Bill, I've used Pilot Edge. I haven't really used VATSIM. I have an account there, but I've logged in here and there to like listen to people using it. While like sitting on the ground somewhere at parking. But I used Pilot Edge for a few months and I did all like the CAT ratings. They have like the programs for the CAT rating and then the I rating. I did one of the instrument ones, which I think was an ILS approach into John Wayne or something. I did that like around Christmas time just to brush up on it, but nothing beyond that. I definitely don't use it regularly, but it's a whole different thing when you're using VATSIM. I mean, it instantly feels real. It's kind of crazy just how much my brain changes when I do that. All right, James, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, VATSIM is great. The reason why I really like Pilot Edge is because I think VATSIM seems really intimidating. And they're both intimidating, but Pilot Edge has like a very well documented like training program basically where it takes you through the absolute basics and you start like just flying from one untowered airport to another and self-announcing on the traffic frequency. So you're not even talking to a controller for the first thing you do just to get you talking. And then the second one is like flying to a towered airport, then flying from one towered airport to another. I think it's really well done. I mean, it costs money, so it's not, you know, mattering your budget. It's not something everybody can do, but I think it's worth doing Pilot Edge for a month or two and then switching over to VATSIM once you have the basics down. And actually, if I was going to do VATSIM, I would probably go on Pilot Edge for a month or two again, just to brush up on it and read through all their tutorials again. I just feel like it's a really good intro into doing human ATC. I think the thing about VATSIM that makes me hesitant to use it is just that, you know, there's only certain regions or areas that are active at any time. I know besides that you're like on a Unicom frequency announcing where you are and stuff. So I guess knowing that it's only available sometime, I don't really like that it would influence where I fly. Like I don't want to just be flying from like LAX to SFO over and over again, especially because I don't fly airliners. I don't fly jets either. I think it generally makes a lot more sense for people that fly airliners and jets. There's a streamer called London Controller. Oh, I've watched his stream before. Runs Heathrow VATSIM ATC. It's insane to watch. I've watched his streams where he's flying, but I don't think I've watched his streams where he's a controller. I've watched Sheed before. He's the Boston controller, I think. I've watched his stream a bunch of times too. But yeah, it is crazy. It is crazy watching the VATSIM controllers. I'm pretty sure that Sheed is a real life controller and he does VATSIM for fun. Like I think he's a controller for real. Oh yeah, the light is on. This is the weirdest thing about the Grand Caravan is this interior light. And if you press L on your keyboard, it'll turn all the lights off. So that includes everything here. So I have to flip these back on. These were stuck on because I have a switch for them on my throttle. But yeah, it always weirds me out that that light is still on every time I'm flying. Every time I think there's an extra light, I'm like, oh, that's reducing my frames as well. Most people I know fly airliners on VATSIM. Yeah, I think for GA it's maybe not as useful. I don't know, but on Pilot Edge the intro stuff is all done in GA planes. Like, you know, you're flying a 172 or a Baron or, you know, at the most a turboprop, but you're not flying a jet when you're just starting out. And they have shorter routes that you do. And oh, they're finally passing us over. 72 Delta is me. Oh, and there's the weather we had on COM 2. All right, let's acknowledge the handoff. Whoops. 1206.
Minneapolis Center, Cessna, November, tree 5.
Pilot to ATC. I did try pilot to ATC as well, and I felt so robotic when I was using it because I would say something in like plain English, you know, and it just wouldn't detect. You have to say things so specifically in the right order. I'm sure it just takes getting used to, but yeah, I remember being kind of annoyed that it couldn't detect what I was saying, or because I excluded one word or swapped two words, the order of them, it didn't detect it. And yeah, it was a little annoying, but you know, it's like anything else. Like if you spend enough time with it and learn to use it, I think it'd be good. My just initial experience with it, I was not super happy, so I stopped using it. Pilot Edge is $20 a month. Yeah, it sounds about right. And I think it might be even more if you include the like expanded area or whatever, like all of the Western US. I think it's like can be up to $35 a month or something like that. Yeah, it's not cheap, but I would look at it as a way to get to VATSIM, to get some initial training into doing human ATC stuff. All right, let's check in. We got 60 miles left now till Fatu. We're just cruising along, still at 9,000. I had updated the altimeter. They gave us that update here, 29080, so we are good. If you guys use Navigraph, you may have noticed this, but whenever you close the window completely and then reopen it from the toolbar, you basically lose your flight plan and have to reload it. Thankfully, if it's programmed in, you just click a button to do that, but that's why I usually double click the title here, or you can hit the button, or a shortcut is just double clicking. That'll just minimize it, so it'll just keep running in the background and have the flight plan still saved in there. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, isn't the 10,000 right here oh, that's on the Victor Airway. So I guess because we're not on the Victor Airway, we don't have that minimum, what is it, an MEA, minimum en route altitude, I think, to follow. Maybe it's, oh, I was wondering why it was red. But I think that's the MEA, minimum en route altitude. So when you're on that Victor Airway, and that can change from segment to segment along the same airway, but it shows you what altitude you need to be at a minimum for not only obstacle clearance, but I think it's also to guarantee that you have line of sight to the VOR that that airway is based off of. And then I know there's another, I think this just is showing MEAs everywhere, but there's also what, a MOCA, minimum en route clearance altitude, or minimum obstacle clearance altitude. I think mattering where you are, it'll show both of those, but I think if they're not separated, then they're the same. I have to get a refresher on that too. It's been a while since I looked at what all the little notations on the low altitude airway charts mean. Bill says, I did the CAT and half of the I ratings. Nice. It was good, but I think VATSIM's better. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think once you've done the I ratings, like, I think Pilot Edge is great for the training part of it, right? And then, yeah, long-term use VATSIM or IVAO or whatever else. But VATSIM is, yeah, the go-to. I mean, I think if you can afford it, the reason why it might be worth it is if you fly in the Western US especially, because those controllers are experts in like West Coast and like Los Angeles airspace. A lot of the training is based in LA. And that's a crazy airspace. There's all sorts of stuff. And they handle all the special like routes and stuff, the tech routes and all the routes that go through the LAX airspace. For GA flights and things like that. It's kind of awesome. Oh, there's the beeping smoke detector again. How quickly can I get up to it and pull that battery out for now until I can replace it? It looks like I have some time. All right, I'm gonna go pull that battery out now that it's beeping again. Sorry, but I'll be right back because you're gonna hear that. I assume it's coming through on the stream, so I'll go take care of that. I'll be back in like, I don't know, 3 or 4 minutes. All right, I have returned. Smoke detector disabled. Just smell the air really often as this temporary smoke detector until I replace the battery. All right, let's see how we're doing. Looks like we're getting pretty close. 46 miles. So I'm expecting ATC to give us our assignment in the next, I don't know, 20 miles or so. And then let's go ahead, and I had tuned into the ATIS for our destination based off of what I saw over here. So up here in Navigraph, I just looked up the frequency. I guess just to show off the VFR map more, a quicker way to do this would be, and you can look this up with the waypoint page on the NXI, but all I really have to do is just open the VFR map, click up here, and I can see either the METAR really quickly. So 340 at 11, gusting 17. We can see there's an ILS on 3-1, so most likely we're going to get the ILS or the equivalent RNAV approach for that runway. And then the ASOS, Surface Observation System, so that's where I got that frequency from, 118.425. So that's already tuned in on our COM2 radio. So all I have to do to listen, I can listen to both simultaneously. So we have COM1 still on with our controller, And then COM 2, I can just click this whenever I want to listen to the automated weather. Now, this is not ATIS, it's automated weather observation. It's not going to give us runway information or approach information. All right, 2982 is the altimeter there. So yeah, with an ASOS or like an AWOS, those systems are automated observation systems that are just basically a METAR. It basically takes the information and turns it into a computer. The computer makes an automated voice out of it and records it. Whereas an ATIS is human recorded, even though it'll of course sound like computer recorded in Microsoft Flight Sim because of text to stream or text to speech. All right, let's acknowledge this handoff. So anyway, if you get an ATIS, ATIS, Automated Terminal Information Service, that will give you information about the active runways and approaches for the airport and any other relevant information. Whereas AWOS and ASOS, those won't give you specific information about that airport. They're just automated for the weather information. All right, they're switching our center controller again. Checking in with them.
Cessna November 357 to Delta Minneapolis Center altimeter 29.81. Continue to FATU.
All right, 2981 continue to FATU as planned. So we're doing that. Our stream flying frequently. I used to do it more often. I've kind of ramped back up, and so this is the second one, and I'm gonna try to keep this going on a regular basis. Just doing basically flying along with my OnAir company career. So this is like a career mode app. So I just flying, route to route, earning money, flying passengers and cargo. In this is similar to NeoFly or SkyPark if you use those or if you've heard of those before. So yeah, you pay for a plane, you earn money, you rent the plane, you can buy planes, you can open FBOs and sell fuel, you can rent your planes out to other players, all that kind of stuff. So, but OnAir Company has a subscription cost, unlike NeoFly and SkyPark. But it's I would say it's the most thorough career mode app or career app that exists. And you can use it in all the sims, not just Microsoft Flight Sim. But it is a subscription. So mattering if you pay monthly or annually or every like a 2-year term, it gets cheaper and cheaper and cheaper the more you pay for it. I think a year is like $35, $40 for an entire year. And then I just paid for 2 years and it was like $50 or $55, I think. But it's all sold through Aerosoft. You basically prepay for a term and then you use the code they give you to redeem it with the OnAir on the OnAir site. Truck sim in air. Yeah, basically. Yeah, it gives you, it gives you a career mode. I mean, for me, I think without these, I would get bored more quickly because I wouldn't know where to fly to each time, or I'd end up flying the same route over and over and over again. And there's a good variety in the missions. I mean, NeoFly is the best one to get started with, I think, just because it's free. So you try it out, see if you like it. And yeah, OnAir is just a bit more developed, I guess I would say. They have similar mission types, but it has a whole virtual airline ecosystem and how you interact with other players in the world and sell stuff with them. I think what would be awesome is if it injected the traffic of other people playing an OnAir into the sim, kind of like how VATSIM does. Hopefully they'll do that in the future because that would be really cool. And then imagine that you're in a virtual airline and then Microsoft Flight Sim updates to do shared cockpit natively without a plugin or anything. Like imagine if you could be in your Xbox and I'm on my PC and we're in the same plane and I see you sitting here, we're manipulating the same controls, we can take over, I can give controls over to you. There are mods that do that, like there's one called Your Controls for the PC that does that. But it's kind of hacked together because it's not like a first class feature of the game, But I mean, I think it could be like that in the future. Like we have a virtual airline together and we actually hop in a plane and fly a jet or an airliner together as pilot and co-pilot. It would be really cool. Oh, mission-based gameplay. I see. I mean, I'm sure they'll do something, and even if they don't, this is enough to keep me motivated to fly. Like, do new routes and types of missions. I don't know. I think the career mode apps are basically a must-have for flying in flight sim. They just give you a purpose. Otherwise, it's just a giant sandbox, and you have to figure out what to do every time. And that, for me, that's daunting. I don't like having to constantly figure out where I'm going next, or you know what my goal is, or whatever. All right, we should get our approach soon. And yeah, we're going to expect runway 31 is going to be the one we're landing at. So I closed it by accident, so I'm going to repin the taxiway diagram as well to the bottom here. So I can just click these in the bottom to quickly reference them. So this is for the ILS approach, if they give us the ILS. ILS for 3-1. And this is the way we're coming in already, right? We're coming in from the south, at least with our waypoints. I think, yeah, these two waypoints right here, Esuv and Apayu, whatever, these are part of our flight plan already. So the SimBrief flight plan basically set us up to do this approach into 3-1 already. It might have done that based on the weather. Our top of descent is coming up right here, so we really need the approach. Top of descent's coming up in 5 minutes, so yeah, hoping we get the approach before then. But even if we don't, I mean, it's a pretty strong likelihood we're gonna get 3-1, and these already line us up for 3-1. So we won't be off the route too much. Oh, nice. We got some more interesting terrain coming up. Whoa, that's pretty cool looking. All right. North Dakota delivering some cool terrain. It would be awesome if stuff like that would be in the game by default. I know, it would be. It would be really cool if you could do virtual airlines and run routes, like run missions basically, and it's all one shared world that everyone's flying in. That would be really cool. Some people, I think, on the forums were like speculating, like, oh, what if what if they basically put truck simulator? What if they put truck simulator in, you know? Now I have like an anti-spam bot for Discord. I wonder if it actually works for YouTube. I guess I'm gonna need to get a bot on YouTube because this spam is just getting out of control. All right, 16 miles until Fatu. All right, ATC, I need you now. Do I fly the bush trips? Not for a while, actually. I know they always add them in with new updates too. There's a new bush trip in the beta, right? I know there's at least a new landing challenge. I haven't done the landing challenge yet either. I tend to just fly the on-air missions most of the time. Come on, I'm getting a little nervous. Come on, ATC. Any second now. We're still 34 miles, our total route. Subscriber only mode. Yeah, I don't... Yeah, that's true. I might need to do that. I try not to... I don't really want to exclude people if I can help it. I don't want to, like, force anybody to follow or sub or whatever, any of that stuff, to be able to chat. I always hate that stuff when it happens to me, but yeah, you're right. I might need to do that. What's funny is I have all the spam stuff turned on to like hold inappropriate messages, and it just doesn't catch them. What mission are we doing right now? We're just flying some sensitive cargo. It's like a dangerous cargo mission from South Dakota to North Dakota. Yeah, we're fragile industrial parts, it says. So it's about 600 pounds of cargo. We can carry a lot more, but I mostly use like the career mode apps to find routes, you know? Like I was saying, I'm not great at like thinking of where to fly next, so it really helps me to have routes that are, you know, suggested routes and stuff. And actually, that's why I think Sky Park is kind of cool. You know, it's a lot more basic than something like NeoFly or OnAir Company, but they do a good job of like adding in like scenic routes and stuff and more editorialized stuff.
3,200 feet.
All right, 3,200 feet.
Descend and maintain 3,200 feet, Cessna 72 Delta.
All right, our top of descent is right now, actually, so let's... I'm just going to turn on VNAV, because that's going to start our descent. And I'll bring that down to... Oh, these are... Oh, no, sorry, these are not VNAV eligible. Sorry, I can't do that yet. VNAV off. We're just going to have to use vertical speed mode. All right, 3,200 feet. So yeah, none of these are VNAV eligible. They're all white. So these are just estimates. It's estimating where we will be at that waypoint based on, you know, the airport that we're landing at. I could set them as my VNAV target altitude, but I don't want to get down to 3,200 here. I just need to get down to 3,200 in general. So VNAV doesn't really make sense right now. They may be giving us a visual approach too, which is why they haven't assigned one just yet. Maybe it sounds like they're having us descend and, yeah, maybe we'll get a visual.
Please expedite your descent 3,200 feet.
All right, expedite our descent, no problem. All right, pulling our throttle back now. Hey, DB, no problem. Glad they're helpful. Telling Nightbot to delete all uppercase messages. Yeah, I think I have Nightbot. I just don't know that I have it in the channel right now. Let me check. Yeah, I should have done this before this stream because it's been coming in to the channel like over and over again. It's really annoying. Oh, thanks for the sub, Leanne. Appreciate it. Okay, log in with YouTube. Let me set this up while we're on our approach here. Let me set up a anti-spam bot for YouTube really quickly. It's okay, multitasking. It's what we do, right? Oh, there's a SkyWest flight over there. All right, sorry, I'm doing this in the background. Okay, giving Nightbot permission.
5065 traffic is 3 o'clock, 4 miles at 7,400 feet, Cessna Caravan. Report them in sight.
Oh, Nightbot says that RS is the top chatter. Congratulations.
Cessna 72 Delta traffic is 10 o'clock, 4 miles at 3,600 feet, regional jet. Report them in sight.
All right, I enabled the excess caps and the excess symbols and the repetition. There we go.
Traffic in sight.
All right, let's see if Nightbot helps with that then. All right, so I just missed something. Let's see what we got. Okay, SkyWest. All right, they're giving us, so yeah, we have the traffic in sight. There's the, I guess it's a regional jet. Can't really make it out, but we see the nameplate, so it's kind of cheat mode with the nameplates, but you know. Yes, we have it in sight. Oh, well, we see the lights. We're good. That's weird. When I zoom in, the lights go away. Look, when I zoom out, now we see the nav lights. When I zoom in, no nav lights. Huh. It looks like they're going to maybe be right in front of us. I'm going to pull back my throttle a little more. I mean, that thing's going to be going way faster than us. We are doing about 150. What are we doing over the ground? 160 over the ground. And they didn't give us an approach yet, right? Yeah, so we're still just descending. I mean, I'm still going to expect runway 31 for now. That's what this is going to line us up with, but they still haven't given us an approach. We are at 5,900 feet. We're descending 3,200 feet. Did I ever do a how-to for OnAir? No, but I mean, with these streams, I guess, I'm using it in the streams now, so maybe that's enough. But no, I haven't made like a concise tutorial for OnAir company. Hey, Dragons, what's up? Finally get to watch you all live. Enjoy your content. Yeah, no problem. Glad it's helpful. What flight stick? I use the Airbus side stick, the TCA Airbus. I mostly use the stick because when I'm doing YouTube stuff and streaming, I have a microphone on a boom in front of my mouth. With the yoke and having a yoke in front of me, like I have the Alpha, but I don't use it because it's just annoying to like, I always bump into the microphone when I'm using it and trying to position everything's annoying for me. So because of all the streaming stuff, I use a stick instead of a yoke, but I use the Honeycomb throttle quadrant as well. All right, we are at 4,900 feet. We still got about 1,800 to go down to 3,200. 900 feet a minute. And I pulled my throttle back quite a bit. And we can see we're just going to make a left-hand turn up here to head towards our destination, which is Jamestown. This is in North Dakota. We're expecting runway 31, but they haven't assigned us one yet. And let's just listen. All right, so all they did was tell SkyWest where their position. So I don't know if we're actually going to get an approach assigned.
Cessna 72 Delta, you are 12 miles southeast. Maintain present heading.
Oh, here we go.
Altitude, expect ILS runway tree 1 approach.
All right.
APYU transition. Clear to APYU.
All right, clear to APYU. All right, load and activate. All right, let's acknowledge that. So it's it's cleared us for this waypoint to our left here. All right, let's add the overlay for the ILS approach. All right, so we're already on it. Yeah, they cleared us at the last minute. All right, it's going to change over to the localizer in a second here because I've already activated the approach. We're making our final turn onto our final approach course. So the NXI is going to automatically change that for us over to the localizer. That should happen in just a moment here. It's tuned in to the ILS right here, IJMS. JMS matches the kilo code for the airport, so have good confidence that's the correct frequency. All right, we can see the runway lighting over there. I guess that's weird. The SkyWest flight was coming like on our path, and now it's going that way and climbing. Okay, let's look at our altitudes here. All right, looks like we're just staying at 3,200 feet the whole time. Final approach fix is at 3,200 feet. So that's where we will intercept the glide slope down to the runway. Look down here. Yep, here's Apuyu, I guess. So we're pretty much right here at 3,200 feet, heading towards where we'll intercept the glide slope. I'm going to give us a little more throttle since we're still a ways off. All right, so it hasn't automatically switched over to localizer yet. it may be waiting until we get closer to the final approach fix. But I'll just keep that in mind because what we'll want to do is switch to localizer once we're close enough. You can see I just turned on DME. We're also not getting any DME readings from the localizer. So we're just out of range. So that's probably why it's not using it yet. 109.3. So right here I can see the localizer frequency. We can just double check that it has the right one, 109.3, and the identifier matches. So it's India, Juliet, Mike, Sierra, IJMS, matches right there. We can see the runway already. I've already slowed down quite a bit, so we're almost within flap range already, or full flap range. All right, I'm just gonna manually switch over to the localizer. So I'm just gonna hit the CDI button, switch over to localizer. There's the glide slope. That was just in time. I'm gonna turn approach mode on, so we'll capture the glide slope because it's coming down right now. So it didn't automatically switch us to over to use the localizer. All right, capture the glide slope. So we're good there. Let me make sure I don't have to respond to ATC. Looks like we don't. I mean, it should have passed us off to the tower at this point, and it hasn't, so maybe there's some bugs in the beta. Final approach course. Okay, no, I guess there is no tower here. Yeah, it just says Minneapolis Center, so we're good. So really, Grand Forks radio, we should be switched over to 122.2 right now for the traffic. But it looks like maybe it just doesn't know how to handle that. So they should have passed us off, said like, oh, okay, you're clear. They did clear us for the ILS, but they should like pass us off and be like, you know, confirm you have the airport in sight, those kind of things. And then we would switch over to the traffic frequency, 122.2. Missed approach procedure, climb to 3,200 feet. So I'll just set that. Oh, we are at 3,200 feet. Or we had it set for 3,200 already, so I just synced the heading bug ahead. We can close this for now. Yeah, we would normally have tuned into the to the traffic, the CTAF frequency to announce our landing. It's interesting. It has an ILS approach for an untowered airport. You can see 2 red and 2 white on the PAPI lights there. Where our wind's at. Got about a 5-knot headwind. Putting 1 notch of flaps out. We want our approach speed to be, I think it's between 70 and 80 on the Grand Caravan. See, I think because I remembered here, oh, 60, that's our stall speed. Landing 65 to 88, it's kind of a big range. You feel like you always have to change CDI to nav1 when you do ILS. It does change automatically, but yeah, recently, I think it seems like when the final approach fix is way further away from the initial approach fix, or like you don't make a turn or something, it generally happens when you turn onto the final approach course. Yeah, so I'm not sure why it didn't auto switch. Maybe somehow it wasn't able to that time, but yeah, I should have switched to the localizer earlier than I did. All right, RA, oops, we're at 190 feet. I should already turn this off. We're at 70 knots. Birds. Oh, it bounced a little bit. All right. Yeah, it's been, we've been flying to a lot of untowered airports since we went from like Wyoming to South Dakota to North Dakota and like smaller airports. It's kind of crazy though. This one has so many approach procedures, but it's still an untowered airport. All right, taxi light on. All right, landing light off. It's gonna stop here, bring our flaps up, go to low idle on the fuel condition. Nice bouncy landing. Yeah, we did bounce a little bit. I heard the tire hit and then I saw it we lifted up just a tiny bit, then touched again. It's not too bad. We can bring the taxiway chart up if we want to here. Had it pinned at the bottom. But yeah, it's just here right in front of us. What's weird is, yeah, there's no, oh, there is traffic now. Now that we've landed, we have the traffic frequency available. Maybe it just doesn't, I think the ATC window maybe just doesn't know to have us switch to the traffic frequency from the center controller. I don't know. I swear it used to work where it would list it on your options. So you could leave the center controller and just go to the CTAF frequency.
Kilo Juliet Mike Sierra, traffic Cessna November, tree 572 Delta is clear of the runway.
All right, and we can't even say that we're taxiing to parking or anything like that. All right, flaps are up. All right, parking brake off. Let's just taxi over to this parking. Looks like it's just, the terminal is right here in front of us.
Kilo Juliet Mike Sierra traffic SkyWest 5065 is on base runway tree 1.
Oh, SkyWest just reported their base. I guess they went around.
SkyWest 5065 is on base runway tree 1.
See, RS is over there. He's still on his way in. Looks like he's lined up for final right now. Let me see if I can get a good view of him coming in. My drone camera is just not working right now. Let me try it again. Yeah, I can't use my drone camera. Might have to restart the sim for that to work. You can see if we can spot him coming in. Have they added the ability to replay your landing as a recording? They do have the replay camera in the experimental mode still. You have to enable developer mode. I haven't really played much with it, but when you enable it, it shows up in the top toolbar here. And you have to actually go back and hit record when you're ready to, but it's not like a replay system that's always running. I don't know if it's just the multiplayer mode, but it made it look like our RS bounced a little bit too on his landing, but it could just be an internet thing. It's funny because it shows his gear up still. Trucks never move out of the way, so just try not to chop them. Oh, it's a little cub right here. Oh, the side winds.
Kilo Juliet Mike Sierra traffic SkyWest 5065 4 miles southeast inbound ILS runway tree 1.
All right, I'm gonna shut the engines off here. Oh, there's a Southwest flight came around. They were in front of us and then they kind of pulled off. I didn't hear them tell them to go around or anything. I wonder why it circled around. But there they are right over there. All right, let's check our on-air results here. Very smooth landing. Maybe it didn't detect the bounce maybe. All right, earned 1,100 bucks. That's pretty much I don't know how much. I think it's around 1,000 to rent this per hour to rent the 208. Overall reputation change went up. Yeah, see, I got penalized again. Beacon and strobe were off at engine start. Oh, you need the beacon and the strobe on for engine start, I guess. All right. I thought it was just the beacon, but apparently they want the strobe on too. Soft landing, comfort bonus, all that stuff, and then airframe and engine have their wear and tear increasing every single flight. Sidewinds. Oh, you don't have pedals. That must be really hard. Do you have a stick that you can twist? Or you could just turn on auto rudder assist for now in the options until you get pedals. Man, where did that SkyWest flight go? I kind of want to see that thing land. It said it was a regional jet. Maybe it's behind this building or something. Maybe it just disappeared completely. Yeah, I think it's gone. It saw us and it didn't want to land, I guess. All right, 2 hour. I've been on 2 hours and 47 minutes. I think I want to do another flight though. I'm gonna do one more. It's only 2 o'clock here. I got a few hours. All right, find jobs at the current airport. Let me check my lights so we don't get dinged for them being in the wrong configuration. Taxi light off. So we're gonna leave strobe and beacon on, I guess. And then let's go clear out our flight plan. Flight plan, then menu, and then delete flight plan. There we go. All right, let's check let's see what we got here now. All right, so we're now at Jamestown Regional in North Dakota. I want to make my way towards like the Great Lakes, towards like Chicago. So I guess we'll go through like Minnesota and Wisconsin around the Great Lakes. This would be cool. Fly around this area. So let's see if we can find something that goes that direction. There we go, right away. This one's going over into Minnesota. Thief River Falls Regional. And there is, what is this next to it? Red Lake, Lower and Upper Red Lake Indian Reservation. And this is only 122 miles, so it's not, the pay is not great, but that doesn't really matter too much to me. And it's goods transport, 664 pounds of cargo. All right, let me see where the other ones are. Yeah, these are west and southbound. That one goes way far north. This is only 180 miles. This goes way up here. This could be cool. Lake of the Woods. This is like the very northern part of Minnesota, almost into Canada. That could be pretty cool too, to go all the way north like that. And then we could fly along the border of Canada, maybe in Minnesota, and on our way down towards like Chicago, go back south. That looks pretty cool. 180 miles. It's a little on the long side. Can you make real money doing this? No, definitely not real money. That would be nice. You fly a virtual plane for real money. I mean, I guess that's, you know, potentially like what a drone pilot does, right? RS says auto rudder does weird stuff. Oh, got it. Just steering cross for rudder. Needless to say, it overreacts a lot. Oh. Yeah, I have the Airbus stick lets you rotate it, like you can twist the stick to do rudders, but that part of this stick actually failed like not long after I bought it. It started freaking out. I know there's like, you can do some like DIY repairs of the like potentiometers or whatever in there for that axis, but I just have it turned off. I have it locked so I can't twist it, and I have the bindings removed since I have actual rudders. But if I didn't, I would probably try to fix it myself. Besides that, the Airbus side stick is great. So yeah, let's see, it's 2:14. I think this would be potentially a cooler flight. It's just a bit longer. This one here is 122. This one's 180. All right, let's do the longer one. Let's do the 180 because I think it'll be way cooler to be way up here near the coast, or near the border of Canada, where all these lakes are up here. This will probably be pretty awesome to be in that area. So let's do that. All right, so we're going from Jamestown, so KJMS. KJMS to KRRT, is that right? Yeah, KRRT. So we're gonna figure this out in SimBrief. All right, so let's go to SimBrief, do a new flight. KJMS to KRRT. And then pick the Grand Caravan again. And we are taking 854 pounds. So converting that to tons, 0.42 tons. So I'll put 0.5 to be safe. Passengers are 0. I think I did 1 last time, right? Just to be safe as well. What's the red mission type? It's dangerous cargo. So I think you make more money per mile flown with dangerous cargo, but you have to like, you earn XP, like experience on your character as you do flights, and then you can unlock those mission types. So yeah, we're transporting chemicals instead of non-dangerous cargo. All right, Merlin, thanks for hanging out. See you next time, dude. Have a good rest of your day or night. Okay, so I've chosen 0.5 tons and 1 passenger just to be safe. Wow, this is a very interesting route. It's a single waypoint, TVF. All right, so generate flight. And then once we generate the flight, it'll give us our estimated fuel. So we just look at block fuel, 1,254 pounds. So that includes reserve. So I'm gonna bump this up. You can see you can barely see it, but there's a little line here for fuel. So I want 1254 or greater. All right, there's 1258. Let's go up to 1300. All right, and then we're going to KRRT, so I can validate that. It's gonna load the cargo for us. So down here, it's got these little progress bars. We have to wait for that to be loaded. All right, and then our route is just direct to TVF. So let's program that in. All right, origin is where we're at, KJMS. Oh, forgot to hit the keyboard button. There we go, KJMS. Don't know the runway yet. We'll find that out in a second. Destination is going to be KRRT. KRRT. So we're making our way from North Dakota to Michigan or to Minnesota now. And then our only en route waypoint is TVF. It's weird. The sim is freezing right now. This has been happening to me the last couple of streams where the sim will just like, when I try to tab out, what, the smoke detector is beeping. When I try to tab out, this happened like 2 streams ago. It's just freezing my ability to switch applications. This was not happening in the other version, so I think it's a flight sim thing. All right, now we're going to Tango Victor Foxtrot, so TVF as our en route. That's Thief River Falls VOR. All right, so that's a really simple flight plan. All right, now with Navigraph, what I can do is close the window and then reopen it. And when I reopen it, it's gonna it's gonna look up our new flight plan that's here. And so we can just load it in by clicking Load Flight Plan. All right, there we go. All right, so that's our whole flight plan. Now this is untowered. So once again, we can't get our IFR clearance until we're airborne. But for now, let's tune into the weather, figure out which runway we want to use. 336 at 11, so we'll use 31. That's the closest to 33. 2985 on the altimeter. All right, we're good. All right, select a runway. We'll be on runway 31. Announce our
Kilo
taxi for
Juliet Mike
3-1.
Sierra Traffic Cessna November, Tree 572 Delta is taxiing to runway Tree 1.
All right, let's bring up the airport chart. We don't really need this. I'm just playing around more with Navigraph. But what I did was I set runway 31 over here. So if you zoom all the way in, you'll be able to see a little taxiway diagram. And if you set the runway, it'll actually put this start, your first waypoint on the runway, so you know where to go to get to that runway threshold. So we know we need to turn around and follow this taxiway over here to runway 31. All right, yeah, and when we announced it, it also picked runway 31, so that it'll pick based on the weather. All right, and now we're just gonna hit fly now. I'm not gonna change the time of day. Sometimes I do that so I don't have to fly at nighttime if I'm flying in real world nighttime. All right, tracking, I'm gonna hit start tracking. All right, there we go. All right, and let's reset this. We want to change this back over to GPS mode because we're going to use that. And then for, let's see, our altitude, we're at 1500 right now. Let's see if there are any instructions for taking off. Doesn't look like it. I think it's usually down here at the bottom. It just has 1 and 2 engine standard. I think these are visibility requirements for taking off. I have to look more into that. I'm not as familiar with the Jeppesen charts, but I'm pretty sure when there's an obstacle departure procedure, it's listed at the bottom of this, or it'll be on another reference chart. Yeah, but this is the only chart here. So we, at a minimum, we would take off and get to traffic pattern altitude, but we would actually look up a VFR chart to figure out what we need to clear when we take off. So I could do that. We could look at this airport up on SkyVector, so KJMS. So I could go here and look up KJMS. And here we have our VFR chart by default. So we can look up our obstacles and our sector altitudes. So if I zoom out a little, all of these blue numbers, these big blue numbers, are basically a sector altitude. So it'll represent a certain distance above the highest obstacle in that grid space. So we can see 2,600 feet here, 2,200 feet, 23, and we'll probably want to add 1,000 to 1,500 on top of that. So in our case, since we're heading a little bit eastbound, we would be at an odd altitude in thousands of feet. So 3,000, 5,000, 7,000, and so on. So if we take all of these sector altitude numbers here, and we're like, okay, the highest one I see on our path, which is to the north, is like 2,200. For a VFR altitude, you end it in 500. So because we don't have our IFR clearance yet, and we won't until we take off, the first thing I'll do is look at 2,200 and say, okay, add 1,000 for obstacle clearance, and terrain clearance, maybe 1,500 if we want to be safer. So that'll put us up towards 4,000. So we're already needing to go up to 5,000. And then I'll just add 500 for a VFR altitude. So 5,500, I think that's a good VFR altitude to start with. That would probably get us all the way there, actually. But we're not going to go VFR the whole way. We're going to tune into the center again, get IFR clearance, and they'll assign us an altitude. But just so we have something to set when we take off, I'll set this at 5,500 just for our initial climb. Last time we did the same altitude when we took off, and they'll assign us something. They assigned us 9,000 last time. All right, then I hit flight level change mode. So I'm going to set this up just to handle our climb so we can deal with doing ATC. Set that to 100 knots. And then our heading, we're taking off on runway 31. So I'm just going to move our heading to 310 for now and turn heading mode on. Do all of these charts work in VR? Yeah. I haven't done it myself, but the Navigraph charts, this Navigraph panel, you open it from the top menu up here like you do the other windows. So this will be available in VR. I haven't used it myself in VR, but that's my understanding is, yeah, you can use this in VR. But Navigraph is a paid thing. It's like a... Is it only annual? I think you pay yearly. All right, let's get this thing started back up. Hey Nat, Dave, what's up? Welcome. Thanks for hanging out. All right, we have life. Let's introduce the fuel. All right, turn the starter off. Prop is full forward. All right, taxi lights are on. And I'll turn the nav light on so I don't forget. What subscription level? I think I have Navigraph Ultimate. Let me take a look actually at what the difference is. Yeah, I think the only way to get charts, I think to get charts you have to have Ultimate, I'm pretty sure. Because I think the lower one is just to get the nav data and not with the moving maps. Which you don't really need the nav data because at Microsoft Flight Sim, they periodically update the navigation database anyway. They do that almost every update. So it's not really a huge advantage to have it unless you happen to be at an airport that they don't cover the right procedures for yet. Then it might be good to get the Navigraph one, but I actually don't use it. I only use the moving maps. And yeah, you can use charts as a standalone application, like a Windows app, or you can put it on a tablet, like there's an iPad app, or you can use the in-game panel like this for Microsoft Flight Sim. So you have several options. All right, let's get taxiing. All right, flight tracking is in progress, so we're good over there. Oh, there is a monthly plan. I think I paid for a year because it was, you know, like anything, any subscription, it's cheaper if you do the year instead. All right, we're gonna make our way over to runway 31. We have a good like 180 some miles, 184 miles for this last flight for today. But we're making our way from North Dakota up to Minnesota. We're going to the north end of Minnesota, so we're gonna be right along the Canadian border up there. But it looked a little more scenic. It looked like there's a bunch of lakes and stuff up there, so it'll hopefully get some more variety in the landscape here. So we went from Wyoming through South Dakota, now North Dakota, the last few flights, and it's been mostly flat. Once we get to North Dakota, there's a lot more water and stuff around here that we saw coming into the airport here. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Hopefully get a little more variety. Then I want to make my way kind of just along the north border of the U.S., basically like go along the Great Lakes, go into New England, and then see if we can cross the Atlantic. I think that'd be fun. I don't think I've ever done that in Flight Sim. Maybe once in an airliner for fun. Definitely not in a turboprop though. Oh no, what connection lost? So what I get for running the beta. We're gonna get those amazing offline ATC voices again, I guess. Can't wait. We could use this taxiway, but as they always say, like there's runway behind you does no good. So you might as well use the full length if you can. Can I flight plan through OnAir? I think OnAir will only give you a direct route. So if you want anything more than just a direct route programmed in, yeah, you'll want to program. You'll either program, you can just use the world map, honestly, if you haven't loaded into the plane yet. The easiest way is just to use the Microsoft Flight Sim world map, put in your origin and your destination airports, and then if you want to fly IFR, if you just change that drop down in the very top left, change it from VFR to IFR, it'll give you an automatic recommended route. And the second way you can do it, another way you can do it is, you can manually figure out a route. You can use SkyVector or something and plot your own route. Or you can use something like Navigraph has routing as well. SimBrief is free. So what I did for this stream is I used SimBrief over here to do it. So you just do new flight and it'll actually give you your fuel and everything you need too. Right here, block fuel. So yeah, it's up to you, but there are a lot of options. Oh, looks like it's back online. Sweet. Let's bring up the ATC window and announce. Oops, did I announce taxi? I did. So we're going to announce takeoff and we're going to depart to what, the east, right? Yeah, we'll just say east.
Kilo Juliet Mike Sierra traffic Cessna.
All right, landing light is on.
Delta, taking off runway tree 1 east departure.
There are birds in front of us. They're just kind of always birds when you have that mod installed. I don't see anybody coming to land here. Am I going to that new steam gauge upgrade? I just saw that on Reddit this morning. I haven't tried it yet, but that looks pretty fun. Right now, because the NXI is so well developed, I'm mostly focused on using the NXI. And I think the steam gauge one for the Caravan, that mod gives you a 530 and a 430. I'm gonna use so many 530, 430 planes when the working title 530, 430 is out. But for now, because I'm just still really excited about the NXI, I've just mostly been using that. All right, let's take off. Looks like we have wind from the right side. There's 60 knots, 70 knots, we're good. I have a little bit of wind from the right, according to the windsock. Okay, we have our radio altimeter down here, or radar altimeter, both ways. So we can see our AGL, 400 feet AGL right now. All right, 500 feet AGL. Pretty much start making our turnaround like 700, like before we get to pattern altitude. All right, 700 AGL, start our right-hand turn. 900 AGL. And there's 1,000 AGL. All right, I'm gonna turn on autopilot to continue that climb. Had it all set up already, so I'll also turn on nav mode. And I turn our heading bug over here to point towards our course. So with the NXI, you have to fly towards your course first. Once you get close enough, then nav mode will arm. So I have nav mode on standby right here. GPS is white. And flaps are up, so we're good. Let's continue that climb. We're going to 5,500 feet for our initial climb because we're VFR right now. But we're going to do this this whole process of tuning into the nearest center controller, requesting flight following. After we get the flight following info and our squawk code, then we can request IFR clearance. Just how it works right now, so. Hey Aerostar, how's it going? How do I like OnAir versus other ones? I use OnAir more than anything. I was using Skypark for quite a bit, but when I don't want the like casualness of Skypark, I use OnAir. Okay, squawk 0704. If we put that in manually down here, oops, I should have been squawking 1200. If we put it in manually, it'll, without me clicking the ATC window, it'll automatically reply once we squawk. 0704. If you put in the right code, it'll work. See, now without clicking up there, it'll just say radar contact.
2 miles northeast of Kilo Juliet Mike Sierra, 4,800 feet. Altimeter 29.87.
All right, sorry, I'm back. Sorry, my girlfriend was chatting with me for a minute. All right, so let's acknowledge radar contact. All right, so now what we can do is request our IFR clearance now that we went through the whole flight following thing.
3572 Delta, 4 miles northeast of Kilo Juliet Mike Sierra.
And I think that said, what did it say, 29er77? I think I heard 29er77 for the altimeter. 29er87. There we go. All right, cleared as filed, so we're getting our IFR clearance now. Read back IFR clearance. So we have our squawk code, which is the same, 0704.
Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa, cleared to Kilo Romeo Romeo Tango Airport as filed.
How old am I? I think I'm at the age where I don't answer that question anymore.
Cessna Kilo India Papa feedback correct. Radar contact 5,500 feet. Altimeter 29.87. Continue to Tango Victor Foxtrot.
All right, continue on course.
Following heading 060, proceed on course climb and maintain 13,000.
13,000 feet. All right, we're going pretty high this time. We were 9,000 feet the last flight, up to 13,000 this time. So flight level change mode, and then we're gonna, let's do 120. It's a pretty good like cruise climb. Prop is still full forward for the climb.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, acknowledge last transmission.
All right, let me acknowledge that.
Continue to Tango Victor Foxtrot turning and following heading 060, proceed on course climb and maintain 13,000 feet Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Does anyone know why the VFR map in beta might not work? I don't know. I don't know that, unfortunately. Sorry. Maybe somebody in chat does. You can always check the Microsoft Flight Sim Discord server, or you can check the forums, the beta forums for Microsoft Flight Sim. If you're in offline mode, will OnAir still be able to track your flight and log it? I think as long as the moving map is tracking your position, yeah. Because even if the online, like the internet services of Microsoft Flight Sim, like photogrammetry and live weather and all of that, multiplayer are offline, the sim knows where you are in the world. It knows your coordinates. So that's going to be able to, it'll still connect with OnAir. It still knows where you are. I could unplug. Oh, I guess I couldn't unplug my internet, like disconnect it completely because OnAir company, needs you to be connected online to report back to its servers where you are. But I think when Microsoft Flight Sim is offline, you're going to be fine. Like it went offline a couple times and it looks like it tracked our whole taxi. Yeah, we went offline during this taxiing portion, so it looks like it still tracked all of that. So it seems like it's fine. Does ATC sync only work with the NXI? Doesn't seem to work with the PMS 750. I'm guessing that he needs to update it to use the latest. I'm guessing that the developer of the PMS 750 has to, or PMS 50, that's his username. He needs to update it to work with SimUpdate 10 beta, most likely. I know that developer hangs out in the working title Discord. I think I may have seen him chatting about that recently, where he said that he was going to be updating it for SimUpdate 10. But for now, it works with the NXI, so... I haven't used the 750 for a while, but I really liked it when I did use it. Especially in like the Just Flight planes, so if you have the Arrow or the Warrior... I think I was using it in the Warrior, where you can pick between 530 and 430 and the 750. And it integrates into the actual model of those planes really well. Like it looks like it's built for those. It integrates directly into the panel, and yeah, it looks like it was meant to be there. It's really nice. All right, we're still climbing. We're at 8,700 for 13,000. Or sorry, I should practice my VATSIM, right? We're at 8,900 climbing 13,000. If you say 3,000, it sounds like the number 4. Bad times. Get a slap on the wrist. I mean, everybody does that, but... All right, and yeah, ATC, we're good, so we acknowledge their instructions.
Delta 2958 traffic is 9 o'clock, 4 miles at flight level 390, twin jet. Report them in sight.
All right, we're hearing some nearby traffic. So yeah, we're seeing the live traffic here. And I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but in the beta with the NXI, you'll now see multiplayer traffic as well, which is new. Before, up until the beta, you weren't able to see anything other than the live traffic, whether it's the AI or the real world traffic, but any of the computer controlled stuff, that's all you were able to see before. So here, yeah, we can see these. We got somebody to the right, 2,700 feet below us. See if we can see their lights. Oh, it's RSP. RSP's with us still. It's so weird how when you zoom in, you don't see the lights. When you zoom out, like I can see the plane right now. I can see that white speck over there. And then as I zoom in, we see nothing.
6 o'clock, less than 1 mile, flight level 3990, twin jet. Report them in sight.
All right, so let's see. Our route is extremely boring. So this was the suggested route from SimBrief. So we're just going directly to this VOR.
Traffic in sight.
Oh, that's weird. It has my default tail number on. Wait, I tracked the flight, right? Yeah, it's tracking us. Normally it changes the tail number automatically for you to the one of the plane that you're renting in OnAir. And it's been calling me that, but I guess it doesn't update the what's shown here. It used to do that, so maybe they have to change something to fix it. So Shmidty asked earlier, how do I like OnAir versus the other career mode add-ons? I think I feel like I say this all the time and like talk about the differences between them, but I think everybody should start out with NeoFly because it's free. You can try it out and see if you like it, see if it makes you happier when you're flying in the sim, you know. And if you donate, if you donate to the developers of NeoFly, you get a bunch of add-ons. So they'll give you like, I think it's like better text-to-speech, like voices or more of them play when you're flying and stuff. NeoFly has the best sounds. Like they have sounds of like the cargo being loaded and passengers getting on and stuff, which is really cool. And they also have the best variety in mission types mainly because they have helicopter-specific missions. So if you fly helicopters, they have some really cool like VIP passenger ones where you'll like fly a VIP to like a football stadium parking lot or whatever. Those are really cool. And Sky Park, I've mentioned that a few times. Like Sky Park is the most casual. You don't have to worry about managing like your money or your fleet of aircraft or renting planes or anything like that. It's a lot more casual, but it's a really good way to find routes. And it has the best user interface. It's really, really easy to use compared to the other two. I think it's like 20 to 30 US dollars, like a one-time payment to buy it through Orbex. Sky Park's very cool. It's much more casual. And I've used that quite a bit. OnAir Company is like NeoFly on steroids. It also has like it has very similar missions. It doesn't really have the helicopter ones, but the main thing with OnAir Company is that it's basically like its own platform. Like you can use it on every sim. So I could just load into X-Plane and grab a Grand Caravan, load up in a Grand Caravan and fly my same route I'm on right now. So that's really nice, just that it works with all the sims. Everything's backed up online, so like you don't have to worry about backing up your files or anything like that you're going to lose all your progress, which I actually did with my NeoFly career. And the biggest major thing with OnAir is that it has a whole virtual airline capability. So not only can you run a virtual airline like with AI and like hire pilots and co-pilots and buy tons of planes and, you know, do like the whole financial side, the whole like franchise side of it. That's like its own game. You don't even need the sim for. But you can do all that stuff with friends as well. So you can invite people to your virtual airline and all participate in earning money and managing a fleet of planes with one all together. So that's kind of a unique thing about it. I think they told us to go to 15. Climb and maintain 15,000.
Climb and maintain 15,000 feet Cessna, Kilo India Papa.
All right, we're at 13. Altitude select up to 15,000, and then we'll use flight level change. Let's get in the higher numbers here for our altitude, so we need a lower airspeed to be able to climb efficiently. I'm gonna do the climb at 110. Yeah, William, I did see the post about it on Reddit this morning, but I haven't tried it myself yet. I'll probably be more motivated to use planes that have the 530 and 430, the GNS 530 and 430 in them once the working title 530, 430 comes out. Not sure when that's going to happen, but hopefully it's not too far off just because they're at this milestone with the 1.0 and Sim Update 10. So this is a huge, like, you know, checkbox for them finishing this project, getting NXI 1.0 into the sim as the default. So I think between that, you know, now that that's kind of finished, maybe they'll add some features to it later. But now that that major part of that project is done, maybe we'll start seeing some of the like G3000, some of the 530 and 430 stuff coming out, because they're posting progress videos and stuff of that stuff pretty regularly on their Discord. So it'll be really cool to see that stuff come out. I'm really excited about the 530, 430 because that's the first thing I used in the sim. When I first learned to do like approaches and stuff, I was just using the Steam Gauge 172. So that was really fun. And since I realized that once the NXI came out last year, I just dove straight into the G1000. I hadn't used it all that much before then. So I just kind of committed to using the G1000 just because they were improving it so much. But, you know, now we're going to see that with the G3000, a new G3000, and a 530, 430. Some of the videos they've posted are incredible, like showing the approaches on the 430. Really, really cool. So, yeah, we'll see this level of just, like, quality that the NXI has in the new 530 and 430 and in the new G3000. Yeah, it's going to be a cool rest of the year. Fingers crossed we'll see it before the end of the year. Hopefully in the coming months. If OnAir is true to life, I'll be bankrupt in a week. Yeah, you have to start out kind of small, like, you know, it's like any of the like Neo flies the same way. You have to start out with a small plane and, you know, go through the paces, like earn enough money to be able to rent a larger plane. I'm not sure how much money you start with it. It matters which server you pick. Something that OnAir company has is it has like different worlds you can join. So there's like 2 or 3 different levels of difficulty. And that really depends on if you're just going to be flying everything yourself or if you want to kind of manage a whole airliner, you know, like like you would get like Football Manager game or whatever, you know, and manage the whole franchise. If you're into that, you would choose one of the I think the first or the second server where everything can be done with AI and you can hire AI pilots and manage a whole fleet of like a whole airliner on your own. But yeah, I chose what's called the Thunder server. So this one is everyone that's on the Thunder server. It only allows humans to do the flight. So there's no AI pilots or anything like that. Link to the working title Discord. Yeah, let me grab that for you. All right, this is the working title Discord server in the chat. Yeah, I mean, in my head, you can't go wrong with any of the career mode apps. So 170 grand on the first server. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm not sure what Thunder gives you. It might give you less. But the first server makes sense that they would give you more because, yeah, it's more, I think it's more configured for like doing the franchise thing, like running an entire airliner and, you know, managing all the employees, stuff like that. I think you actually even have to hire like flight attendants and things like that. And they have different ratings, like how happy they make the passengers and all that kind of stuff. It's pretty advanced. There's a lot of stuff in OnAir. They've been updating it a lot recently too. Like they just redid like the whole UI. Not all of it, but they made a lot of improvements. They have like this whole new dashboard view. This all got redone recently. It looks really good. Yeah, and then when you're looking for jobs, they have a few new buttons that are helpful. Like you can choose between cargo or sightseeing or emergencies or fighter jet missions, which is nice because I was always filtering just for cargo and passengers, but now I don't have to do that anymore. So it's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm just flying in my own virtual airline. 1 employee, just myself. And so we're doing this mission flying from North Dakota up to up to Minnesota. All right, we're making decent progress. We're about a third of the way to our first waypoint. This first leg is just, we're just flying in a straight line for 140 more miles, basically. Well, I guess 75 more miles. Then we're going to make an extremely exciting left-hand turn here to get to our destination. But I'm hoping that what's exciting is we have clouds in front of us. So this is nice. We've been in clear weather, just clear skies this whole time. I do have NextRad turned on. Let me verify that's on. And I don't see anything showing up on this map with NextRad on, so I'm not really worried. These are non-precipitation producing clouds, so while we won't be able to see through them, at least we know there's not moisture in them. -4 degrees Celsius. Yeah, we're getting a lot colder too. I'm going to turn on our pitot heat since it's cold now to make sure that our airspeed indicator works. It was pretty warm the last, I think the last few flights, and we also weren't going up this high. We were generally at like 9,000 feet or below, so temperature is much cooler when you're lower. Yeah, we're in the negatives now. And then what I can also do to verify the weather is not precipitation, which NextRad would show it if it was, is use the new weather radar. So since we're in the Grand Caravan, we have our own onboard weather radar. So I could take this, zoom all the way out, and yeah, we see absolutely nothing on the display. So I'm just going to turn that right back off. And yeah, let's see, this is what our weather radar looks like. It's this thing right here. That's our onboard weather radar, right next to the pitot tube. We have 2 pitot tubes. But next to the one on the right wing, this is our weather radar equipment. Nice fluffy clouds, no rain in them, so we're all good here. And let's check out the destination airport. I'm just gonna go and highlight it here, and then click enter. So this will just give us the airport info screen, so we can see. And we can do this with a VFR map. It's nicer through the VFR map, but if you want to do it on the NXI, you can do it this way. So the elevation's a little under 1,100 feet, and then we can scroll through the runways if we want. So we have 2 runways. So there's a 1331 and a 4 and a 22. One is a hard surface, one is turf surface. The turf is 3,000 feet. That's long enough for us to land on, and the hard surface is 5,300 feet. So either runway will be fine for us to land on. And then here in the frequencies, we can see the ILS frequency for that localizer. So we know there's at least an ILS approach available at this airport. And then if we want to do that with the VFR map, we can do that as well. So just hit V or whatever your shortcut is, go to the top menu and hit the little map. And then we go over here and just click on it. This is all in the beta, by the way. So if you get the beta, you can do all the clicking. Yeah, here we have the ILS information. There's the AWOS. So actually, while I'm looking at this, let's go ahead and tune our COM2 radio to the weather frequency. So AWOS again it's not an ATIS, it's an AWOS. So this is not human recorded. So this means we're not going to get any runway or approach information, like what runways are active when we tune into this, but we will get the nearby weather. So 119.925. So I'll tune that in here on COM2. So now that it's active on COM2, we can listen to it by hitting COM2 here. So it's out of outer range for now. So I'm just going to leave it on. So once we get close enough, we'll just hear it start automatically. Hey Schmitty, thanks for career mode insights. I'm in Los Angeles, California. And yeah, we're already about halfway through our flight here. Yeah, it's funny. I kind of want to make a habit of using the VFR map because it's getting, you know, it's getting all these cool new features. But I also like the more like realistic part where we use, you know, just use the NXI. But as I say that, I have Navigraph pulled up. But you know, I feel like what's cool with Navigraph up is you're basically simulating like what a real pilot would be doing, which is you have your onboard avionics here, the Garmin system, but then most likely they have their iPad next to them or mounted on the yoke or mounted over here with ForeFlight on it. So, you know, Navigraph is basically our ForeFlight for simming. Though you can actually use ForeFlight, and I use ForeFlight sometimes too. But this way, you know, when I use Navigraph, I can use the in-game panel that they have, and I don't have to, you know, tab out to another application. I don't have to share ForeFlight on my iPad and mirror it, any of that stuff, so. All right, we're just cruising along at 15,000. We got a nice, at least somewhat of a tailwind this time. We have a massive crosswind, but we have 13 knots from the back, so it's helping push us along a little bit. But you can see we're crabbed like, you know, 8-9 degrees to the left here to compensate. The autopilot's compensating for that wind pushing us from the left. All right, we're at -5 degrees. It's just nice to see clouds. The clouds are the 100% the best part of Microsoft Flight Sim. It's the clouds. It's always the answer. Someone might argue, oh, it's the new Phoenix. What is it? The A320. It's the PDMG 787 or whatever people are flying. Nope. Sorry, you're wrong. It's the clouds. You can see the moon there too. We got like a crescent moon. Very nice. How's it going, Denny's? Hi from Oz? Where's Oz? Navigating by my heading. Oh, sweet. You could program it in yourself too. Wait, are you in the King Air still, RS? Yeah, you're, oh, I can't tell actually. It looks like you're still in the, yeah, you're still in the King Air. You could program in the same flight plan. I mean, it'll take you like a minute, especially with the G3X touch that you have in that thing. You'll just click and have this flight plan in no time. You could even just set it to go direct to TVF, Tango Victor Foxtrot right now. And then after that, our next waypoint's just KRRT, Romeo Romeo Tango. Oh, from Australia. Is it Sunday morning in Australia right now? Right now it's Saturday. It's about 3 p.m. in California right now. Oh, you got it programmed in. Yeah, the G3X Touch is great. I don't think the working title team's working on a G3X replacement yet. I mean, we can just imagine 2 more years of this. Like, I think the working title team has only been working directly with Microsoft for, it's been less than a year. I feel like it's only been like 7 or 8 months. And for those of you that use the NXI or have used their CJ4 or their G3000, I mean, they've done so much work. Can't imagine another year or 2 of them developing these systems. Is going to be insane. Yeah, I'm really excited for it. Hi from India. Hey, how's it going? Omar, how you doing? Oh, 8 a.m. Nice. Somebody just commented on, I think, the video I posted yesterday and said, bro, where did you get those pigeons? I think I linked them in the video description. Might have to double check. Might have to go back and edit that video description. Yeah, I don't have them linked in this video description, but they're it's like FS birds. Let me find FS birds. Yeah, here we go. FS Birds. This. Birds for Flight Sim 2020 have arrived. These are, I think most, if not all of these are available in the marketplace. So I think I have all 5 that cover the US. But actually, if we make our way into Europe, I'm gonna have to buy even more. I think they're like $10 a pop too. But each pack that you buy, they have birds specific to that region of the world. It's a smart business move for them to separate them. But who knows, if they put them all together, who knows what they would charge. So if you only fly in one area of the world, you know, say West Coast, you just buy one of them. I think they're like $10 a pop.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, contact Minneapolis Center on 134.75.
Evgen, hi from Ukraine. Hello, sir. Welcome. Hope everything's safe with you there. Thanks for hopping on and watching. Appreciate it. Everything's going fine, Umar. We're on our second flight here, so this will be the last one for the day because I've been on already been on 3.5 hours. So this will be the last one for today. But we're flying up to Minnesota right now in the U.S. Oh no! Whoops. I'm gonna have to go through and get our IFR clearance again. Good day. All right, let me redo this and get our IFR clearance again. I didn't reply and they cut me off.
2 miles southeast of November Alpha 02, 15,000 feet. Request flight following.
All right, are we getting a new squawk code? We are.
Squawk 0101.
Cool squawk code 0101. All right, altimeter update 29080. Updated that. Acknowledge radar contact. So we have to go through this under the context of flight following first, but now I can get our IFR clearance again.
Minneapolis Center, Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa, 4 miles north.
Have I created an FBO? No, I actually don't have the required experience to do it yet. So I have my skills tree. Oh wait, no, I do. I did get it. Oh yeah, I can build an FBO. I think what I didn't have was... Oh, I have loans at the bank too. So let's acknowledge our IFR clearance before I mess that up again. Yeah, so a part of OnAir, you have this skill tree. So as you do missions, you get experience points, and then you get skill points to use on these things. So you get like better interest rates, different types of jobs. So you can see that I've unlocked, you know, passenger jobs, faster loading speed, medical jobs, dangerous jobs. But yeah, then these other ones are all about the FBO, financial stuff like loans and better rates. Hiring agreements, I have not used any of this at all. Oh, your pilots will... Okay, these are like training facilities, so your pilots use less fuel. But I think most of this is for when you're doing if you're doing the AI stuff. So if you're like running your own airline with AI pilots and stuff like that. All right, climb and maintain 15,000. So 15,000, we're just going to stay there. All right, so we are still good. Caravan and Kodiak are my kind of planes. Yeah, I was flying the Kodiak for a bit, actually. I'll probably change to the Kodiak on the next stream. I might end up streaming tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see how early I wake up. We're going out to dinner for a friend's birthday tonight, so that'll definitely equal several beers going in my stomach. So we'll see how early I wake up tomorrow. But yeah, I'll possibly stream tomorrow too. We'll see how it goes. It's usually pretty ad hoc, but I'm trying to do it more regularly. Anyway, yeah, the Kodiak is incredible. I might switch over to that if we can find one. So with OnAir, you know, I have to find an airport that has a Kodiak for rent or for sale. I think I have enough cash earned up to buy one. I think they're around 700,000. But the trade-off is, you know, they're better for like bush flying. They're going to be better if I do more bush style missions and get into tighter places, because the takeoff requirements are only like 1,000 feet compared with like 2,000 or 2,200 for the Caravan. And it takes fewer passengers. I think I can only carry 6 or 7 passengers in the Kodiak, but I can carry 9 in the Grand Caravan. But, you know, really, at the end of the day, that stuff doesn't really matter too much to me. I'm not actually trying... I'm not trying to earn... The focus isn't to earn money and all that. The focus is really to fly recommended routes and take it a little bit more seriously than just, you know, casually flying a Sky Park mission where I don't care about fuel or weight or anything like that. But that all that really means, though, is that I'm just plopping some letters into SimBrief and doing what it tells me. Oh, DA62. Yeah, the 62 is great, too. I like the DA62. I've been running the prop full forward this whole time. I guess I should have pulled it back a bit. I think we did 1800 last time on the prop. There we go. Because that affects our torque, I need to pull the torque back as well a little bit. There we go. Just slowing down a little bit. Should be nice to the airframe. I don't know if it actually accounts for that in OnAir company. It might. Like on the tracking page. Yeah, it does track. So right here, you can see on this chart in the bottom left, it's very small, but it tracks our altitude, our RPM, our airspeed, and our power in percentage. So I wouldn't be surprised if maxing out the RPM the entire time causes more wear and tear on the engine and on the engine of the plane, because that is tracked. So if I find my plane and look it up, you'll see it'll show us all the stats here. Let's go to details. So this is the Grand Caravan that I'm renting. Okay, Denny's, thanks for hanging out. So we can see here, yeah, the fuel type and all of that. And then on the right, we see the condition. So it's showing the airframe condition, 98 out of 100%. Annual checkup. So if you own a plane, you have all these things. There's an annual checkup, weekly ownership cost. You have your 100-hour checkup. So after every 100 hours of flight time, it needs a checkup. And I think when you're renting, it'll actually like ground the plane and require it to be repaired before you can take off again, before you can use it. So you'll end up having to rent a different one if you don't want to wait. Yeah, and then there's engine condition as well, so 96 out of 100%. So every flight you do, it's, you know, ticking away at the airframe and the engine condition, and then ticking up on your 100 hours and the annual checkup stuff. So yeah, it's pretty intense how much stuff is tracked in OnAir. It's like very... It just seems much more realistic with all those details than some of the other ones. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Cheers, Denny's. Thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna have a beer or two, or who knows how long. When you go out for a birthday, who knows how long the night is gonna be. I have no idea. I'm definitely a fan of having some beers. I think the last stream I had, what was I drinking? I was drinking a Golden Road beer. That's a brewery that's here in the LA area. Okay, we're getting the automated weather from the airport now. 270. Heavy rain. 2975. All right, so the airport we're flying to, it's reporting heavy rain. Let's listen through that again. 1,600 feet broken clouds. 2975. So let's see what approaches are available. It looks like something on... Okay, 3-1 would... 2-2 is probably the most favorable runway, but that's probably... I think that's the turf runway. And as far as procedures go, they have an ILS on 3-1 and an LPV as well on 3-1. So 3-1 would be preferable to 1-3 based on that wind. So most likely we're going to get ILS 3-1 again and do another ILS approach. Unless they give us like the visual for 2-2. But it sounds like it's in heavy rain, so we're going to have some weather to fly through here finally. So get your windshield. I think the King Air has windshield wipers, right? And get your windshield wipers ready, RSP. Hey Bruce, want to say thank you for doing videos on ILS. Been watching them and trying to get better at. Awesome. I'm still trying to get better at them myself. I hope they're helpful. I know some of them are getting a little old. Some of those videos. Hopefully the newer ones are a little more polished and detailed. I think in one of my first ones, I was like looking at the CDI and calling it the ILS instrument, which is embarrassing, but people still find those useful, so I haven't deleted them yet. But I probably will end up deleting those once the 530, the new one comes out, and I'll probably redo a bunch of those videos with the newer avionics, because the newer ones will be able to do, you know, LPV approaches and things like that, have better statuses for all the different approach types for RNAV approaches, so it'll be great. All right, yeah, so on the NextRad now, if we zoom in, we can see NextRad showing that rain right there over the airport. Look, it's nowhere else. It's only right over the airport we're going to. So this would give us an opportunity to use the weather radar if we wanted to, since we have precipitation coming up. So yeah, now we can see that up ahead. And if we click on vertical here at the bottom, we can see how high it is too. So it's going to be hard to tell right now because the range knob changes both of the axes. It changes the distance and the altitude. So if I want to get zoom closer to see, you know, at greater detail, once I zoom here, it's gone, so I can't see it anymore. So we'll have to wait till we're closer. But yeah, they said it was broken at 1600. Oh, Minnesota has a lot of storms right now. Well, I guess that's what we're finding. Cool. I was hoping, I was flying towards the Midwest on purpose because I know that in general, you know, Pacific Northwest, the Midwest, and the Southeast, like in Florida, there's usually a lot, just in general, there's more likely to be rain and storms and showers happening in those areas of the country. So, yeah, I definitely wanted to fly towards this way to hopefully find some weather. We just had clear skies over like Wyoming and South Dakota for a while. So it's been pretty uneventful, which is, you know, in real life, that'd be a good thing. But in the sim, I want it to be a little more fun and exciting. So that usually means flying into weather. I guess I could turn my landing lights off. I've had them on the entire time, but we're at 15,000 feet, so we don't need them. -5 degrees outside still. We still have that nasty crosswind from the left, so I'm actually curious. Let's see. We change our winds indication to just a simple arrow. Yeah, when we make this, let's see, it's from the back and the left a little. So when we make this left-hand turn coming up, we'll get more of a tailwind and less of a crosswind once we make this turn. So that's going to be nice. You can see it's showing the direction the wind's coming from is 290. So we're currently flying 046, which are our actual course 054. So if we look at our next course, we're going to be flying 030. Okay, here comes our clearance, our approach. ILS 31. Cleared to Puckett. Okay, so I'm going to acknowledge that. I'm going to hit number 1 on my keyboard.
Heading and altitude. Expect ILS runway tree 1 approach via PUCKT.
All right, and they said we're cleared to PUCKT, cleared to Puckett. So because they cleared us to that waypoint, we're going to use activate because that'll make that the active waypoint. So it's going to do a direct to that waypoint. So we're going to turn a little bit to get onto that. So you can see here we have a direct to Puckett. That's the only difference between loading and then activating the approach. Activating just puts a direct to at the first waypoint. So if they didn't clear us directly to it, say you're using VATSIM or something, they tell you to expect the ILS 31 and they tell you the transition waypoint, you can go ahead and load the procedure, but until they clear you for that approach or clear you to that initial approach fix, you're not going to go directly to it yet. You're going to stay on your planned course until you're cleared for the approach. But they told us that we're cleared direct to Puckett. So we're going to go to Puckett, or PUCKT, PUCKT. Never know how to say these. They're usually based around some theme in the region, right? Something in the culture of that area of the country, or, you know, wherever you're flying. You know, like in LA, there are like waypoints named after like Kobe Bryant and Gigi and things like that into LAX. So you know, or, you know, you'll find an approach that has all superhero names. But if you don't know that, it can be hard to decipher what the pronunciation is and what the word is actually going to be. All right, anyway, we're flying towards that. We're good. So they cleared us. We didn't make that turn we were originally planning to. All right, descend and maintain 5,000. I'm going to hit my shortcut again, just hit number 1 on my keyboard.
And maintain 5,000 feet Cessna, Kilo India Papa.
Vertical speed, get that going.
Cessna Kilo India Papa descend and maintain 3,000 feet.
Wow, okay. Descend all the way down to 300. Acknowledge
Descend
that.
and maintain 3,000
Or 3,000, I mean.
Kilo India Papa.
Pulling back my throttle a little bit too. Since we're entering our descent, I want to make sure we don't overspeed. We're not near our overspeed in this, but I'm a little paranoid about it because I've definitely ended flights forgetting to pull my throttle back when I started descent. And it's pretty ruthless once you get up to that speed tape, or you know, on the speed indicator here. Once you get to that hatch pattern where it shows the overspeed, if you hit that for just like a few seconds, it could just end the flight for you. It was just black screen and say flight over, you crash, like you stress the aircraft. Whoops, I didn't have the yaw dampener on that entire time. Or yaw damper. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at the approach plate for this. So because I have Navigraph, I can just bring that up. Add edit procedures. We're going to choose that for our approach. ILS for 3-1 through Puckett. Okay, so it's gone ahead and updated our route here. And now I can open the charts list and find the ILS for 3-1. And I'm going to overlay it on the map by clicking that first icon right there. So now it just puts it right on top of the moving map for us. All right, so let's look through everything else here. Didn't want to use VNav. I generally do use VNav. In this case, like they cleared us all the way down to 3,000. With Microsoft Flight Sim ATC, if we don't start descending right away when they tell us to, they'll start yelling at us to expedite over and over and over again. I mostly just don't want to hear that. But yeah, because we loaded the procedure, we could do that. So they cleared us down to 3,000. So yeah, if we want to use VNav, what I would do is, I'll just do it just to demonstrate at least. So I'll switch back to altitude hold mode. We have our selected altitude down to 3,000. And what we can do is I can point to this waypoint that has a constraint or the target altitude of 3,000. There, they're yelling at us. And because our top of descent to that isn't for 7 minutes, what I could do is if I want to start the descent right now, I can use VNav direct and hit OK. Now it'll move the top of descent to closer to us. And you can see it, instead of 3-degree flight path angle, it's shallower, it's 1.8 degrees. So it'll be a much slower descent, but at least we'll start it right now. Hopefully ATC will stop yelling at us. They won't, they're going to keep saying to expedite. But by doing this, yeah, we're making it so that we'll hit the bottom of descent right when we get to Hillod. So we'll hit Hillod at 3,000 feet. And I didn't activate it, so whoops, I need to hit VNav. So if you make this mistake like I just did, I forgot to press VNav here. So what we can do is, VNav is armed, we see VPath right there, and we can see that it's getting below us, right? This is where we're supposed to be. So what I can do is use vertical speed mode and descend. Let me go ahead and copy that first.
127.8.
What I'm doing is using vertical speed mode, and you can see that right here, if we put it right on where the pink marker is, that magenta marker, we're never going to catch up to it. So I need to be descending faster than that to catch up to it. So these are showing what VNav is trying to get us to do, like descend at this rate of descent right here. So because we need to catch up to it, I need to dive down faster than that. I need to descend faster than that. So we're going at 900. I can go to 1,000. That's fine. So now we'll be catching up to this vertical deviation indicator right here. So we're supposed to be lower than we are. So now you see it's moving up. And once it gets to the middle, because we still have VPath armed here, it's on standby in white, it'll take over from vertical speed mode once this gets to the middle, just like a glide slope does when you get to intercepting a glide slope for an ILS or an LPV approach. So I'm just using my shortcuts to slow it down a little bit so it's not so abrupt when we hit this. Let's go ahead and tune into the next controller.
Minneapolis Center, Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa is passing.
All right, so now VPath is taking over. So now we're on the VPath profile because, you know, I messed up and I didn't use VNav. I didn't hit the VNav button before, but we've caught up to it now. This is similar to like approach mode and a glide slope or a glide path. So if you're too high, you need to, and you want to capture it, you would turn on approach mode and then use vertical speed mode to dive down faster to catch up to it, and then it'll take over once you've intercepted it. All right, let's check what they said. 29er, 79er, so we'll update our altimeter, continue to puck it as planned. All right, and let's go back to the chart up here for the ILS. So we're landing at Warroad International Memorial, KRRT in Minnesota, ILS for runway 31. And we have the localizer frequency here, so let's double check that, 110.1, so that's tuned in automatically. That was done by the NXI for us automatically because we loaded the procedure. So those are both tuned in, but they're not in range yet, so we can't identify it yet. So they're just gonna keep yelling at us. Missed approach, we'll look at that in a minute, but that's climb to 2900 is our first instruction for missed approach. And we can see here, Puckett is our initial approach fix, so that's over here on the map. You can actually, there's like a little opacity button, so if I want to see through more, I can with these buttons here. I'll just leave it at 90. All right, so the 3,000 feet we're going down to is the last altitude we're going to need before we capture the glide slope right here at road. And we can see road is the final approach fix. Right here, it's also labeled final approach fix. 2997. I don't know why it's not 3,000 there. Oh yeah, it actually is accurate. Look right here, you can barely see it, but it says GS 2997. So the glide slope at 2,997 feet. And they're still yelling at us because we're going slowly. All right, and then down here, yeah, for the ILS, we have a decision altitude of 1,276 feet. So let's go ahead and put that in. You can do that when you first select the approach, and I didn't though, I skipped it. So what we can do to program that in after the fact is we can just go over to our timer references menu here, and this has minimums down here. So here we can set our baro or our radio altimeter minimums. Schmitty says, why is ATC prompting to request IFR clearance? I don't know. I think it's just, it shouldn't be there, but if we change our flight plan in any way, we can hit that again to basically update them so they'll be in sync. Or if we change our destination, we can hit that and get a new IFR clearances somewhere else. All right, so I'm dialing in 1,276 feet. That's for our decision altitude. So you always round that up. So I'm gonna round that up to 1,300. A trick you can do here is what I'm doing is pointing and rolling my mouse wheel to change that number. You can see that it does it 10 at a time. If you hold down shift while you do it, it does 20 at a time. So when you're entering a large number like this, or if you're in a higher elevation area like Colorado or something, and you're at 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 feet, it can take forever. So if you hold shift while you do it, it makes it a lot faster to do. All right, so we're gonna put in 1,300 for ours, and then we can just close that. I did get a comment on my latest video. There was a pilot that made a comment that apparently what we're doing here is a Category 1 ILS approach. There are also Category 2 and Category 3 approaches that are for airliners and auto landing systems and stuff. And what he pointed out was that you're not allowed to use the radio altimeter for your minimums on a Category 1 ILS approach, which is what we're doing. So I looked that up. I couldn't find too much about it, but I found like an AvWeb article about it that mentioned that. So you can use the radio altimeter for a backup, but you're supposed to primarily use the barometric altimeter, so your regular altimeter, for your minimums. So over here on the plate, it shows our decision altitude. That's 1276. That's in MSL. That's what our barometric altimeter shows, right? Relative to mean sea level. And then in parentheses is the age, decision height, 200 feet. So that would be AGL 200 feet. That's what our radio altimeter shows, or radar altimeter shows. You can use both words. I've seen both radio and radar altimeter. They're synonymous, but Anyway, apparently for real world procedures, if you're on an ILS category 1, which is pretty much what we're flying when we're in a GA plane like this, it's category 1 approach. It'll be listed Cat 2 or Cat 3 and have a different approach plate for it if it is a category 2 or category 3 approach. So by default, if you see an ILS, it's category 1. But anyway, that's something I learned from somebody that commented in, so it's cool to learn that kind of real world stuff. Hey, Emil, what's up? Emil says, is it correct that you can skip waypoints in an approach before the final approach fix? But from the FAF, you have to fly all the waypoints. Ooh, I don't know if I know that answer as far as the real world goes. I think in general, yeah, you can be cleared direct to the final approach fix, I'm pretty sure. I think what's more realistic and more common is that you're going to be vectored onto the final approach course and be at or before the final approach fix. But because I'm pretty sure that you would never be vectored in past the final approach fix, because that's where, especially for a precision approach, I mean, for all approaches, that's generally where your descent begins down to the runway, your final descent. So if I had to guess, I would say that you would never start your approach after the final approach fix for an instrument approach, because you have to have your descent figured out already. You're either on a glide slope or you have a specific continuous angle of descent that you're aiming for down to the runway. So that sounds right to me, that before at least you would hit the final approach fix. But I think what's most realistic, what's most common, is you're going to be vectored onto the final approach course by ATC. All right, they're still yelling at us. So wait, what are we at now? We're at 8,200 feet. So let's go back to vertical speed mode and just, and we'll go down at our standard rate. We'll go at 900 feet a minute. But yeah, I haven't done VATSIM very much, or even Pilot Edge. I haven't done any instrument stuff really, outside of one Pilot Edge flight, I think, that I did with Pilot Edge. One ILS I did. But I'm pretty sure that most of the time you'll get vectored onto your final approach course. And if you don't, they'll give you an initial approach fix, and you're expected to fly every waypoint in that procedure, starting with the initial approach fix. It looks like maybe the weather's changed a bit. Let's check the weather radar. Yeah, it's moved off to the east, so it looks like that storm blew past. Like, it looks like it's right over here. So it looks like the airport might not be in heavy rain anymore. There's a little blip on it on NextRad, but it looks like the majority of the storm's kind of like thinned out and moved to the east over here. So that's what we're seeing over here, is that storm that was over the airport. And if we turn on the COM2 radio, I still have it on the weather, so we can listen to see if it's reporting rain. 275 at 9, so that the wind got better for this approach, I think. It did. All right, 2975 on the altimeter. So they reported clouds. What was the lowest level? I should listen to that again. And we're actually fine. I mean, we're on an ILS. There's going to be light or no precipitation on the way in, and we can get all the way down to 200 feet AGL without seeing the airport. So we're going to be good. And if I double check with the METAR down here, yeah, it's reporting scattered at 5,000 feet, so we're going to be well under that. And remember, if you look at a METAR, or when you hear the cloud levels, those are reported in AGL, not reported in MSL. So that means 5,000 feet above the ground is where the clouds start. And as we just looked at, we can take the ILS all the way down to 200 feet AGL. So unless the clouds were below, say, 500 feet, we wouldn't even really be worrying about them. And yeah, if you fly an ILS category 2 or a category 3, those minimums are even lower. I think they go down to as low as like 50 feet AGL. So ours is 200 for a category 1 is the minimum, but yeah, going down to 100 or 50 is pretty crazy. All right, and then as far as once we're gonna make this left-hand turn and we'll be on our final approach course. Once we intercept the glide slope, which gives us that vertical guidance down to the runway, we're gonna set our go-around altitude. So our first instruction is a climb to 2,900. Then it's a climbing left turn to 3,000 feet and direct to SW 360. What is that? Let's follow this. Where is that on the map? What is SW360? Usually you have a VOR or a waypoint, and that's neither of those. So let's look at the description at the top. Direct to SW LOM. Oh, it's giving us a DME? It's basically giving us a direction. So I think it's just saying south. I don't think I've ever seen this before. It looks like it's giving us a direction that we fly to the southwest. And then it looks like, so based on LOM, that LOM must be a VOR that's around us. It's giving us like a distance to be at 6.9. That's DME, 6.9 miles DME from the localizer and hold. I'm not sure what this missed approach instruction is. This is a new one for me. Let's check our altitude really quickly. All right, we're at 4,000 feet. They haven't given us an updated altimeter, but it's 397 or 297.5 is the last one I heard over on the weather we just tuned into. I'm gonna have to look this up later. I have no idea what this is. I mean, it's basically giving us a distance away from a DME distance away from the localizer to hold at. You can see here on DME, so I have that on. We have our distance from the localizer right here. Oh, you're seeing a rainbow to the right? Oh yeah, right there. Nice. SW is an NDB. In other words, don't miss the approach. Well, luckily we have it here in the NXI, so it has a missed approach procedure. Oh, here it's having us go to road as the missed approach holding point. And that is up here on the chart. Oh, that's exactly what it's referring to. I wonder why it doesn't say road instead. Maybe because oh, it says ADF is required, that's why. Yeah, so it is based off an NDB. Oh yeah, we're flying over the NDB. It's right there. So road, the GPS waypoint road, the RNAV waypoint, it corresponds with this NDB. So the NDB frequency is 360, and it's the SW, the Sierra Whiskey NDB, and it happens to be 6.9 miles on the DME measurement from the localizer. So we're actually going to fly over it on our final approach course. So yeah, that's right then. Yeah, HG is right. Yeah, it's an NDB. So that's why it says ADF required here. Interesting. So we would need to tune into 360, is it megahertz? Oh, I'm not ahead of the plane now. I'm very behind. All right, so we're turning onto our final approach course now. So I'm going to switch. We'll see if it switches over automatically with the localizer this time. All right, there's the ADF. All right, I have it on. All right, ADF is tuned in right there. So there's the bearing to the station, 317. All right, so it hasn't auto switched to the localizer again. Let's see, is it in range? Yeah, it's identified over there, ISWE. So let's go ahead and switch our CDI source to the localizer, and the glide path's above us. So we're expecting the glide path once we get to road. Road is also exactly where the where that NDB is. All right, so we're on the final approach course. I'm going to sync our heading bugs straight ahead, and we're going to arm approach mode, so we'll be ready to capture the glide slope. What do we got? We have a pretty strong headwind. We got 15 knots. Headwind a little bit off to our left, so we got a little bit of a crosswind. Turn the wind back to option 1. All right, and once again, ATC is not like handing us off. I don't think this is towered, right? Minneapolis Center, and then there's a Unicom. There's a CTAF on 123.05. So yeah, they're not going to pass us off, so I don't think we're going to hear from them again like on our last flight. So we could go to 123.05.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, you are 16 miles southeast of Kilo Romeo Romeo Tango.
Yes, I am.
Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Wow. Okay, now it's giving us the traffic. Okay, that was the correct frequency, right? 123.05, so we're just going to leave that frequency. Oh, that's weird. Why isn't that working? Oh, I put 50 instead of 050. I put in the wrong frequency. There we go. All right, so now we can announce our position.
Romeo Romeo Tango, traffic Cessna November 22.
All right, this is another untowered airport we're doing an ILS approach on, which is kind of awesome. All right, so we're still heading towards road. That's the initial approach fix. Wait, it says, oh, it is an initial approach fix, but it's also the final approach fix. So once we get there, we'll expect the glide slope. And it's a 3-degree angle of descent down to the runway. We have our minimums in already. We can see that right here. We set them to 1300. So that's for our decision altitude. It's really 1276. I think I've heard of people adding like 500. It's less, I think technically it's less important for the decision height compared to an MDA, which is basically never ever go below this altitude, whereas a DA is more flexible. Like, I think you have more time to anticipate it and then react to it when you have a DA versus an MDA. And I think I've heard of people like, they'll add like 500 feet or something to an MDA to make sure they have enough time to react and then do something if they need to go missed. They're basically giving themselves a heads up that they're going to be at minimum soon. All right, our glide slope should be coming down here soon. We have 5 miles until road, so within 5 miles we'll capture the glide slope. And we have it armed already. So GS mode is armed, so we're ready to go there. And we have a kind of an awesome headwind here. 15 knot headwind, 7 knots from the left though. So there's a little bit of a crosswind component right now. All right, we'll just say that we're on final. We're on 10-mile final right now.
Romeo Romeo Tango, traffic Cessna November 22 Kilo India Papa is on final runway tree 1 to land.
All right, so we're pretty good with Navigraph. The only thing we might need to look up again is just our missed approach instructions. So as long as I remember, we'll see if I remember to set this to 2900 once we intercept the glide slope. I was kind of hoping we would land in rain, but that storm moved to the east, so not this time. All right, 8.4 miles left to go completely, 2.6 until we're there, so this glide slope should start coming down any moment now. And we already have approach mode on, so as soon as that glide slope diamond gets down to the middle, it's going to capture it with the autopilot and go down for us. Yaw dampers on. Everything's looking good. Heading bug, and just resync that again. All right, here comes the diamond. I'm actually going to change our selected altitude to 2900 right now because we're still in altitude hold for 3000, so we don't, you know, we could change this to anything right now and it'll be fine because we're not climbing or descending using the autopilot. And once it gets attached, once it gets the glide slope, which it's about to, that will be activated anyway. So again, when we're not in a climb or descent using vertical speed or flight path angle, or flight level change or VNAV mode, we can just change the selected altitude at will. All right, there's the glide slope capture. Oh, landing lights on. Thank you. Landing lights are on. I didn't turn them on when we vacated 15,000, right? We went from 15,000 down to 3,000. I didn't turn them back on. Thanks. I'll jump for joy if I ever got my autopilot to capture a glide slope. Oh, it's so... You can totally do it. Use the NXI. You know, you can rewatch how I'm doing it now, or I have a video on the ILS. You can definitely do it. After you do it a few times, it'll feel easy. All right, RA minimums are here. So as I explained about that comment someone left, we're not supposed to use RA minimums on a Cat 1 ILS, but it's here for our reference in case we need it. So we have 1,100 feet to go until our minimums. I'm gonna pull my throttle back quite a bit here, get into full flap range. And let's keep an eye on the wind. We have an 8-knot crosswind still from the left. Almost a 20-knot headwind. So we're looking good. All right, we're in flap range. I'm just going to give it the first notch right now. We are 3.3 miles from the runway threshold. Oh, there was a CJ4 ILS landing challenge. Is that the new one that's in the beta? I think maybe that is the new one. I haven't checked that out just yet myself. Hey, this looks really pretty here. This is great. I'm glad we flew towards the Great Lakes. I know this isn't a Great Lake here, but we're going to make our way there east tomorrow or whenever I do the next stream. All right, we have such a strong headwind. I probably don't even need any flaps. All right, we're at 690 on the radio altimeter, 1300. So 7, we have 400 feet to go to our minimums. We can see that so right here, this little green marker, this is basically where our course is heading. This is where our plane's actually going in space. But this is where our nose is pointed to compensate for the wind. So as soon as I disconnect, I'm gonna need to manually keep that pointed to the left. Oh, we're losing a lot of speed right there. I'm adding a bunch of throttle. We just went from 80 to 70 knots suddenly. 15 knot headwind. Crosswind's going away. 420 feet, so we got 200 feet to go on our minimums. This is how low we can take it if we were still in clouds. Still on the glide slope. 370 feet, 360. But because of the terrain, though, that's different. So we are 1,300. We're about to hit our minimums in 20 feet. So I'm going to turn off yaw damper, turn off autopilot. Now our speed is going really fast, actually. I think like all the wind just went away. I'm just chopping and dropping now. We just got gusted way up into the air. Just floating. I always come just a little bit to the right of center line. We've had some challenging winds though. I mean, we haven't had like a calm non-crosswind landing today or yesterday, or what was that on? Was that Thursday? Forget when I was on last. Maybe it was Wednesday. I forget. All right, taxi lights on. Another untowered airport with an ILS. Pretty cool. I missed an audible readout for minimums. Yeah, I think it's something on the sim side that they weren't able to do yet. But the yeah, having the audible minimums call out, I'm sure they want to add it. I just don't think they've been able to yet, but yeah, that would be amazing. Massive ground effect. Yeah, this one, it's taking me a bit to get used to it just because that wasn't, they're putting it low idle, clean up the flaps. That wasn't a thing, as much of a thing as it is now.
Kilo Romeo Romeo Tango, traffic Cessna November.
Yeah, it's interesting to get used to.
Clear of the runway.
All right, let's bring up our taxiway diagram here. All right, looks like we just go left on the only taxiway that's available. Yeah, and the Grand Caravan is using all the new propeller dynamics too. So the 172 and the Grand Caravan, I think, are the two. I don't know if any third-party planes have implemented them yet. The new propeller physics. But the Grand Caravan and the Cessna 172 have them. So it's taking some getting used to, all the different, just the behavior of it, especially when you're taking off and landing. It's much different. And the wind gusts, I think things have been changed too for the beta as far as the wind's effects. Yeah, it's I feel like I'm relearning. Nav light off. I had turned our pitot heat off when we were on approach because we were at 10 degrees Celsius. We'll go here and park and get paid and then call it a day. Sorry, I didn't watch RSP's landing either, but he's right on our tail again. What kind of yoke and rudders? I actually use a stick just because I like to keep it away from my keyboard and my microphone when I'm streaming. I have the Alpha, the Honeycomb Alpha, but I don't really use it. I've heard a lot of people singing the praises of the new Airbus yoke. Is it an Airbus or is it the Boeing yoke? I think it's a Thrustmaster product, but there's like a new, I think it might be the Boeing yoke. But I'm pretty sure people have been saying that thing is incredible. But I use the TCA Airbus side stick. And the rudders, I have the Crosswinds. They're pretty expensive. If you don't have rudders yet, it might be hard to get them when they come out, but the Honeycomb Charlie rudder pedals, I don't know when they're releasing, but it would be amazing to get those. I actually got to try them out at Sim Expo last year, briefly, and they were solid, so I'm excited for those. I would actually replace these. I have the MFG Crosswinds. I would replace these, I think, with the Honeycombs. Oh, I missed the only smooth landing. Oh no, sorry. I feel bad. Sorry. I was very focused on the approach. Oh, was that as? Yeah, is it the Boeing yoke? I thought it was made by Thrustmaster. Right? Is it Thrustmaster Boeing yoke? I'd have to look it up. SciTech yoke. I forget what I started. I started with the SciTech Throttle, and I was lucky to get one of the Honeycomb Alphas when they came out. They've been good. Now the Alpha is great. The pressure to push and pull the Alpha, my girlfriend flies and she told me that it's pretty unrealistic. It's like very heavy to push it. So she doesn't really like that too much. I bet she would probably like the Boeing one better. Yeah, it is by Thrustmaster, right? Yeah, it's the Thrustmaster. I'm bringing it up really quick. Yeah, here it is on Sporties. Yeah, it's the Thrustmaster yoke pack. So this is the pack that has the throttle as well, but this yoke is supposed to be really, really nice. I mean, it looks really nice. Yeah, something like this though for me wouldn't really work because just my microphone is right near my right in front of my mouth. So anytime I move my hands around, like using the yoke, I would be bumping the microphone. I'd have to figure out a whole new way. I just don't want to deal with it. I've gotten used to using the side stick. Oh, the Velocity one. I mean, for the Xbox, I think some people on my Discord use the Velocity one, a couple of them. I'm sure there are tons of reviews out for it now. Yeah, $500. It's $500 for, it's for the pack though, right? Yeah, don't you also get the, yeah, you get the throttle as well. I mean, that's not too bad. That's the same price as getting the Honeycomb Alpha and the Honeycomb Bravo. Yeah, I mean, it seems people, from what I've seen, people seem to like the yoke. I have no idea about the throttle quadrant, but yeah. I can imagine the arm being a lot smoother than a shaft. Yeah, this looks, I mean, just the look of it, right? Just that it's mounted this way, like coming up vertically like this, looks like it's going to be a lot smoother than pushing and pulling like you do with the Alpha. That makes sense. All right, so on-air mission done. So that was 1,600 bucks. Woo! Job finished, dangerous materials, comfort bonus, all that stuff. My landing was not good this time. Yeah, so for me, because of the ground effect, and I came down a little harder than normal. I think my last one was like 0.1. This one's 1.3, so this is just an average landing. Last time it was marked as a good landing, so. So we started in South Dakota today and ended up in Minnesota. So that means on the next stream we'll be flying. I'm gonna fly east on the next stream. We're pretty much on the border with Canada here at this airport. So it'll be cool to fly to the east from here. Kind of want to fly around the Great Lakes. Maybe we'll end up flying over one of them. Let's see the map really quickly. Oh, no rudder pedals. Yeah, that's true. Right, yeah, the Honeycomb is all separate as well. I mean, the only rudder control you really get is if you buy a stick that has a Z axis, so a twist axis to it. It's really awkward to use though. I used to do that with my Airbus side stick, but that axis actually died. It's so erratic. It just puts in inputs when I'm not actually twisting it. Oh, fly into Cleveland. I mean, that'll be, flying into Cleveland should be fine, right? Yeah, if I make my way down here, I was planning on going towards Chicago, like go easterly, come down this way, fly, maybe we could fly over Lake Superior here. Only take a couple more missions. We'll go this direction. Yeah, and then go down, fly past Green Bay maybe. We can visit the Packers Stadium. What is it, Lambeau Field? Fly towards Chicago. And then, yeah, we could make our way to Cleveland. Yeah, easily. Yeah, it's just right here to the east, so yeah. And then make our way to the East Coast and then up towards Maine, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, all the way up here, and then go north and cross over. I think we might be able to make it from here to here. It'd be a long haul to get to Greenland though and do a transatlantic. Hop through Iceland, Faroe Islands to the UK. I mean, I really want to get into Europe. Like I've my entire simming career, all two whole years of it. You know, I've been just flying in the US pretty much. Barely even going into Canada, so I think it would be cool to just, yeah, have a mission, just keep going east. It'll be fun. Oh, Lake Minnetonka, Wazata Bay. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that so I have that note so I can see if it'll work with the routes we're gonna do in the next few days. All right, I'm taking notes here. Yeah, we'll see if that's convenient. I mean, I mainly want to just get across the Atlantic if possible. I think that'd be cool. I have the Logitech rudders. They're fine, reasonably priced. Yeah, I had the Logitech ones when I started. The only thing that annoyed me about those was how there's like a bump. Like it takes quite a bit of pressure to get them moving in the first place. It's not smooth at all to get them starting moving. So I couldn't wait to upgrade my rudder pedals. Hopefully there's enough stock of the Honeycomb Charlies for people to pick them up when they come out. Set up your driving sim pedals as rudder. Oh, that makes sense. I mean, if the pedals are smooth and they work, then why not? Yeah. No need to have... I mean, how often are you realistically going to swap out your driving pedals for rudder pedals? Like, are you actually going to swap them out? I don't know. I don't think I would. I would just keep using one. Go up into Canada, south into Cleveland. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be cool to take a dip up to Canada, especially if there's some good point of interest or a landmark to see there. That would be cool. All right, RSP, thanks for flying along in the King Air like all day today. I think you did all the flights, right? We've been flying for 4.5 hours, or, you know, the stream's been going 4.5 hours, so thanks for joining me. Thanks for installing the beta and joining me. That was fun. What's the news on the multiplayer OnAir? I think really we just need to figure out if there's enough people that want to do it, because like I said, I'm probably not going to take the time to manage it or anything like that, because you have to manage the planes, I think. But I mean, we could start a new one if you want, together on the Discord. I don't know how many people use OnAir Company, but even if there's just a few of us, yeah, I'm totally down. If you want to hop on the Discord, Bruce, and we can chat with a few people that are on there regularly and see if anybody else wants to do it. I just don't know how many people use OnAir. I think there are a lot of people that use NeoFly instead. Don't the Crosswind V3s. I have the V2s. I don't mind them. I think my only complaint about them is really how much pressure it takes to push the pedals down. Braking requires a lot of force. So I find myself like I have to like go on the balls of my feet and really push down pretty hard with the balls of my feet to get the braking going. But the rotation of them, like pushing left and right, is very smooth. Like I like that. All right, Bruce. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, I think we should just start up a whole fresh one. I don't know if I can transfer my money off mine or whatever, but it doesn't really matter. It's not about the money as long as we can get the planes we want. We might have to take out some loans or something like that. So yeah, it could be really fun. I'm totally down. I've never tried it, so it sounds exciting to me. Oh, the V3 is adjustable for the brake and the rudder. Yeah, the V2, the ones I have, all they have is the spring. You could have changed the adjustment of which hole the spring is in, and I put it on the lightest one as soon as I got it. That was a pain to change that, actually. It was really, it wasn't easy to change that. But anyway, yeah, I mean, overall, they're great. Like, they're really high quality. I just don't like how much pressure I need for the brakes. Yeah. Mostly don't have complaints. Uh-oh. That doesn't look good for you, dude. What's going on over there? I think one of the add-ons I have from the marketplace changes out all the vehicles. It literally looks like he's stopping to like have a word with you. This is great. What a great ending. All right, I'm gonna take off. I need to get some lunch. I haven't had food in like 5 hours, so I'm gonna go get some food and then get ready. We're going to like a friend's birthday tonight, so gonna go do that. And mattering my condition tomorrow, I'll see. Maybe I'll hop on the stream again. If not tomorrow, then during the week. I'm gonna try to do it at least twice a week. So so I'll see you guys in the next stream. Thanks so much for hanging out. I put some links in the description below to some of the mods that I use if you guys were looking for those. I'll have to edit it to put the FS Birds one in. I don't think you guys asked about it, but this is one that I use as well, where the birds are. They're all right. I don't know. They're okay. It's nice to see them here and there, I guess. It seems kind of expensive, though. It's like $10 per region, so... Anyway. Fun stuff. Thanks again for flying along with me. RS, thanks for flying along, man. I will be safe. Yep, not sick. Been avoiding COVID. I know it's a lot more mild nowadays than it was before, but I had it last year and it was gnarly. But today was great. All right, thanks everyone for hanging out. Bruce, HG, Tabs, Greg, Emil. I'll see you guys next time, hopefully. And Adam. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I'll see you guys in the next stream. And if you want to hop on the Discord and hang out on there with us too, some of us are on there here and there. That's linked in the description too. But I'll see you guys next time. Have a good rest of your day or night. And yeah, stay safe. And if you drink beer, have a beer from distance with me. I'll have one later. Virtual cheers from distance. All right, guys. Have a good night or day. See you next time.